Good evening, members of the Spiritual Recruitment Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing great. Uh, for those who tune in here on YouTube, and for those who tune in on Spiritual Recruitment Encounters on Facebook, and for those who tune into my showreel TikToks under HCS895. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing great. As for me, I'm just hanging in there, uh, doing this night feed tonight. Soul Reapers and Soul Reapers collectors. Soul Reapers slash collectors, soul collectors. That's what we're speaking here about tonight, brothers and sisters. How you doing, Sister Abigail, Brother Smurfy? How y'all doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing great. I'm doing good, brother Smurfy. Hope y'all going doing great tonight. Yeah, I decided to do a early stream. We was thinking about doing one even earlier, getting ready for the big stream with the count on the 31st. That one there is going to be like a all nighter, most likely. I know to what time. I know the count's got to go before the sun rises, so that's for Halloween Day, where the count's going to come in and visit all the way from Transylvania. I hope everybody's doing good. I know Tuesdays and Wednesdays are kind of slow, so I'm just here popping up, just see how everybody's doing. A little bit earlier than normal. 1 hour, trying to do it 1 hour earlier than what we normally do. I know last night, I think I went live for about 3 hours, 4 hours. We had quite a bit of views. Thank you, Brother Smurfy. For those night owls and early morning roosters. Gonna share the shirt that I'm wearing here with y'all, so y'all can see this. There you go. That's the shirt I got for tonight. How you doing, Sister Liz? How you doing? Yeah, I just decided to go a little bit early. I know cousin Jesse sometimes be getting tired like around 1. So thank you. So yeah, obviously I showed up here one more time. That's why I'm trying to name the title to what the shirt that I'm wearing is. So I named this one Soul Reapers slash Soul Collectors. I'm more than sure that everybody's when it's one of those once in their lifetime. Sometimes they're around certain locations where there's death. You know, maybe I could have pulled death on there, but it's the same thing. Soul Reapers, Soul Collectors. It's dealing with death itself. Then I got my veterans cap on here. because I witnessed that, a lot of things in this nature, soul reapers, soul collectors out there in the front lines. I visually witnessed them uh, during and after the battle I was involved in. So thank you, brother Exuberance. Show it to you one more time. There we go. Yes, it's 3:15 in the UK. How you doing, Sister Julie Parker in the UK? I didn't know it was that late in the UK. Sorry, that you I don't catch you in the right time. Normally we go live at 11 p.m. Central till later on. So probably when you wake up, you catch to see a little bit of the show. I'm trying to find a time frame where I can people can see it, or people can always watch the replay. Doing this, sometimes people uh tune in, and others. Cousin Jesse, let me invite him in. How you doing, cousin?
Welcome, welcome. How you doing, cousin? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the show. Let's get it. How's everyone doing tonight? How's everyone? How's everyone? Exuberance, Julie.
I'll show him the shirt that I got, cousin. Check out this shirt.
Ooh, make me small so I can see it better. Uh oh,
Right up. There we go.
that's a pretty shirt. Hi, Liz. How you doing? What's up,
That's why I
Smurfy?
named the topic tonight. Soul reapers slash collectors. I know everybody's witnessed them throughout their lifetime. Uh, at certain locations. Let me share. Try to mingle with the audience here, cousin. Well, I got to share this to the rest of the places I normally share the life weed real quick. How was your
All
day
right.
today?
I had a
You know,
pretty good day.
you was being a gardener earlier.
Yeah, I know they had me out there watering plants.
How'd you watering plants, primo?
Yeah, I had to move some plants. Mama too old, can't do it no more.
Para trabajar, primo.
Yeah, I'm the gardener. Apparently, I'm Benson up in here.
You're
What's
what?
up, Exuberance? You know that show? Hi, Cynthia. You know that show Benson that used to come out back in the day, but the Black Butler,
Yeah,
or you could call me Mr. Belvedere.
yes.
Yeah, I had a good day. I had a good day.
That's good,
Uh,
cousin.
it was a little traumatic, but we won't get into that. I talked about that with Cynthia earlier. Smurfy, ¿qué pasó, loco? What's up, man?
Yeah, shared it to the live feeds or to the groups.
Yeah, I'm the caretaker.
See, this ain't the tail creeper from the LBL. This is a soul reaper and collector. So this one is not looking for saber tooth tigers. Okay, and this is not a huggable succubus coming out of somebody's you know what. Dang, I don't know what happened to cousin Jesse. He kind of froze up over here.
I'm here, man. I'm here.
You, you were there with you were stuck, primo, with your mouth open there for a while.
Well, I'm glad the
You were
Huckable Succubus isn't here.
you were like literally frozen, cousin. Let me go back to the comments. I don't know where I left off or nothing like that. Got Smurfy, Sister Abigail, Sister
Oh,
Liz.
that's messed up. Chuy from Guadalajara.
Yeah. Yeah, cousin Jesse wanted to go earlier, like around 9 o'clock, but I waited a little bit before uh, going live. I wanted like around 10, but maybe I should go in the early an hour. I don't know, or do a pre-show and then do a
We
live.
sh- we should, man, so we can antagonize some people before Halloween. See what we trigger.
Well, the count is going to be uh, here live from around 8 to 10, maybe earlier than that. If the sun's not up. You know,
You know,
said
you need to
he
be
said he
careful
can
with the
only
car.
come for the night show.
Yeah, but you need to be careful. You need to be careful with that count. He likes to drink your blood, and he gets a little kooky on that blood, man. He especially
Yeah,
likes Sergeant Sia's blood. He says it's filled with lots of hatred.
he'll be here for the 31st. I think he's going to be doing two shows. He said, I'm giving him that opportunity since he's flying all the way from Transylvania. So I said, okay, you got to count. I just told him that I can be around him, man. Because the spiritual side of
Wow, you
me is
sped
going to
up
want
real
to
fast for a minute.
tie bind and rebuke him, stick him with a stake. You know what I'm saying?
did, did you say steak? Steak.
No, I'm talking about with a selenite stake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. Yeah, I got a selenite stake right here
Oh, nice. That's nice, man. I like that.
for the count. It
Mm,
gets out of hand. I'm
he'll
gonna
be
have to
down for the
take care of
count.
him. Yeah. So he better watch out. He better act right, or the I got a stake waiting for him. I tricked him. I said, "Yeah, I got a steak with you," and he said, "He's a medium rare." And I said, "It could be rare if you want to." I didn't tell him what kind of steak it was. It's going to be waiting for him.
Exuberant. Showing up.
I never told him what kind of steak. I mean, it can be raw when it goes right in. You just got to make sure I hit El Corazon, the heart, to eliminate the count.
Cynthia says that's a beautiful stone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I bet he
So,
does, Murphy.
I got to be prepared for when he decides to show up. Just in case it gets out of hand, I got to have the right equipment to handle the count if it gets out of hand. Trying to go on a drinking spree. We can't have that here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.
No, sir. No, sir. No drinking sprees here. He can drink
After
live on
done,
YouTube, but not
if it gets
here.
out of hand after I'm done with the count, he's gonna be looking like this
Oh wow.
when I stick him with a steak. He's gonna he's gonna manifest and change back to dust. We're gonna
He
dust
won't be
them like
back for
dust the people out there in Operation Desert Storm.
he won't be back for part two of the show next year.
He won't be back, so he better do a good job, or he's gonna do a good job. Come this on the 31st, we're gonna have to uh terminate the count. I'm seeing what it did to Brother Abe last year.
Oh wow.
Uh, put him to sleep. Yeah, count. If you don't act right, we're gonna have to terminate you. You stick him with a stake, and he's like, again.
Dude,
It's my opinion.
He's not Count Teletubby, man. Come on now.
I'll be waiting for the count. I just hope the stake is long enough to get him in there, reach where it needs to reach. So, how's everybody doing this evening? There's a lot of shows going on right now, but I don't know, man. I'm thinking about starting doing shows early too. You know, uh, early shows, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and just go with it, man. Have some fun. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing all this. I don't know. So long my health is good and I'm able to do them, I'll do them. But it's like as I'm getting older, my workouts are a little bit harder to do because that metabolism is trying to slow down.
Mine ain't
So
trying. Mine has
I,
stopped.
I, yeah, I need to mind reload my mind and focus and get back to track. Get my mind to to get it done. As like I was doing, but sometimes when you do the late night shows like last night, we went on for about 3 hours, I think, 3 or 4 hours. I can't remember.
Welcome,
Uh,
Boga.
somewhere around there.
Well, I did two, man. I got up at exactly 2 hours, and I think you went on for another hour, man. Because I was
Two,
listening to
three
the show.
hours.
I was listening to the show,
Uh,
and I was falling asleep, and I heard Josh say, "I gotta go now." I woke up.
yeah, when it's the soul reapers and soul collectors, brothers and sisters, they like to hang around hospitals when somebody's in their deathbed. Uh, of course, sometimes the soul reapers they're like at funeral homes and sometimes at church when there is a funeral happening or where there's a tragic event. Soul reapers are normally spotted, or soul collectors. For example, where there's a an accident, like a car accident or something devastating that happens, where the soul reapers and soul collectors are spotted, and they're actually collecting souls of the people that just passed away. Um, I've witnessed this numerous times where they're collecting the souls, brothers and sisters. You know, where there's a tragic accident. If you really pay attention to your senses, it'll show you the soul reapers that are in the area. But their mission there is to collect the soul. I don't know. I don't think it's a good thing if somebody tries to interfere. I mean, yeah, you can go into prayer and all that, and maybe there could possibly be a miracle and help out the individual that's passing away. But sometimes the soul reapers get pissed off, and they normally travel in numbers. They don't travel by themselves. So you might have to fight many spiritually in order for possibly to help somebody live or survive. But they might not never be the same again. You know. So that's what they do. They're there to collect the soul. They surface up.
Welcome, Real MMA.
The ones that I witnessed, you know, they're like a dark shadow figure, but they're not a. You could see actually what they're wearing. You know, they're wearing this cloaks or what do you call them, cousin? Like
The
the
robes, the druid
like a
robes.
robe, like a robe of sort,
That's like
right?
a
They're
druid robe.
wearing like a hooded robe or yeah, like a druid like thing covering their head. You can't see the face, but the way they're moving, they're literally off the ground. You know, they're not even touching the ground. They're not walking. They're just moving like in their manifestation of that they're in spirit form, right? Because they're there to collect the soul. I witnessed them. The first time I witnessed one was at a hospital where where my grandfather was there because he had been coughing up blood and he was already very old and they were saying that he might pass away already. And when my father was in the hospital, I seen two soul reapers go through the emergency room through those doors. You know, like literally open the doors. They had the capability to open the door and went into the emergency room. Then as I was there, I was praying with myself, right, for my grandfather. Next thing you know, I seen both of those soul reapers, soul collectors, come out of that same door that went in and they took off. Not even 2 minutes later, my father comes out and he's crying, and my grandfather had already crossed over. So I believe those soul reapers were there to collect the soul or collected his soul. They're pretty tall. I believe those were around 7 foot, 8 foot, pretty tall. But again, you know, I could see spiritually, so I was able to see them. Not everybody can see them, but when they manifest, they show themselves. Especially, I've seen them also when I was in my situation where I was fixing a crossover and uh, I was fighting in my room for my life. That there was like six of them, the Soul Reapers that had surrounded me. They're reaching out, and you can see the skeleton hands, the skeleton arms. They're trying to collect my soul. Well, there you go. Uh,
Thank you for sharing the
Sister Neva's
real,
Angel
Chris.
is yeah, the count reel. There we go. Those you could see the skeleton hands reaching out for me. My sister said that she could see the skull faces, you know, like the literally skull faces when she was in prayer right there by me. I was swinging
Welcome.
because they were trying to grab me from the arms and the legs. And then I said to myself, "Where's your faith?" And I started praying a prayer. And when I started praying the prayer, they left. Um, so yes, you're not going to be able to scare away a Grim Reaper by throwing punches at it. You really got to call upon the Heavenly Father to come and help you survive that situation of whether you're going to live or die. You know, within the balance, within the scales.
Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, they're very, you could say, intimidating, scary looking, like especially when they come in numbers of six. I mean, what are you going to do? That's something that's a spiritual because they're in spirit, right? a spirit soul reaper. I mean, how are you going to be able to fight something like that? I think the only way is that if you're going to fight something like that, is that you pray to Jesus Christ to come and assist you, to give you more time or another opportunity to continue to live. You know, call upon Jesus Christ to come and assist you. If not, the soul reapers or collectors, they'll take you. I do, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, yeah. That was a picture I had from last time he came to visit me. I think from last year when he came to visit. So I decided to put the picture of him up there of the count. Create a little short reel with the certain kind of music, promoting the count to see how many viewers show up for that day. Yeah, it's possible that people can get tricked that way. But you see, when you have the spiritual gift of discernment and God is blessing you to be amongst the living, uh, you're gonna be able to see its true nature. You're gonna be able to see the soul reaper. Some people call them grim rippers, right? I believe soul
Grim
reapers,
Reapers.
grim rippers, soul collectors. What's the other names for them, primo?
Oh, I don't know. The only way I know it is Green Reaper, or you can call it what
Yeah,
the Carlos, I mean, Benny Blanco was calling it yesterday, La Santa Muerte.
that's not the one. Yeah, where's Benny at? Benny Blanco. Sí, mira, aquí está, güey.
Hi, Sashi. How you doing?
¿Qué hubo? Benny, aquí está, mira.
Come and get it.
Looking for your Benny. Benny Blanco. Te están buscando, güey. Oh, man.
But yeah, that's the only thing I've
Oh,
heard it called, man. Is like La Santa Muerte, La Muerte, La
death,
Calaca,
death, la
the
muerte, which is death, right?
La Parca.
La parca
Yeah,
is, la parca is, what does that mean? Death?
yeah.
Maybe I could add that to the list, to the name. But no, that's a good name right there. Made it short and sweet. Soul Reapers slash collectors. Aquí está,
Welcome, Bernard
güey.
Fox. Welcome, Bernard Fox.
Ahí está Bernard Frogs. Where's Benny? I don't know
Benny
where.
Blanco. It's his night to.
Benny, where you at?
It's his night to worship.
So if there is a light, don't go towards it, or what's the difference? Uh, the light represents uh the heavenly light, and of course, I've been in a situation where I could see the heavenly light when I had drowned when I was 10 years old, and beside me there was darkness all around me, two shades of two shades of dark, and I was in the middle of I guess I was walking towards the light, and I was being pulled from left to right by this dark shadow figures. They were pulling, and I was escaping them, heading on to the light till I say I had to get no fear.
Hello, Annette.
And I spoke to the light, and I told the light to give me another chance, that I want to be with my brothers and sisters, and they requested my what I prayed for. They granted me what I prayed for, and I was able to come back to the living, which was a higher power that worked, where it pushed me back, a foot of force pushed me from underneath the water. I guess I must have been floating already, and my fingers touched the top of the water, the air. I could feel the air breeze, and I went like this, one motion, and there was a guy in the pool that was swimming on his back, and I was able to grab him from the neck, and he pulled me out of the water. But I did all that with my eyes. I couldn't see, so uh, he helped me get out of the pool. I had cramped up with both legs, and I couldn't move, and I had sunk all the way to the bottom of the swimming pool. Remember some of the comments here. So once we die, I don't think we got a choice whether we go to the light or get dragged away by shadows. What do you think about that one, Primo?
Well, you either go to the light or you gotta find somewhere to try to hide, but you can't hide from death. It'll find you eventually because
Because it's in spirit.
hmm spirit knows the spirit, just like you said. Now, I'm hoping that I get to go to the light, man. I don't want to be dragged off by no shadow ninja. I haven't seen our
Shadow
mascot
Ninja
in days.
is right here.
Ah, it's rebel time.
You're already hitting me up, man.
Hey, man, he did his job all day. It's time for treats. Rebel. Oh, he's so polite.
Any questions, brothers and sisters? That's a topic that a lot of people avoid. They don't like to talk about this topic. I mean, just the thought of death, right? People don't want to think about that.
You got it, Cynthia. I'll be on my P's and Q's, okay?
Oh, somebody said better behave than Jesse. Uh-oh. I put you
Yep.
in timeout.
Uh, I've been a bad boy. Oh, well. Well, your dog's name is better than mine, man. Your dog name is Rebel. My dog's name is Mayate.
No, they didn't speak at all. They were just acting like trying to pull me left and right. I guess they were
That's
trying to fight for my soul.
They're trying to see who's gonna drag you to wherever they were gonna drag you.
Trying to,
Mm.
but I got blessed to be. I've been lucky a lot of times. That's all I can tell you, brothers and sisters. Guess the Heavenly Father sees some kind of self worth in me that
No,
I've been blessed numerous times to be here.
no, Sashi. I don't think the Grim Reaper comes for people that sold their soul. I think the actual demon or Satan comes for that himself.
What comes for the people that sell their soul? That's the, the I would say demons, agents, demon agents. The demons that affiliated with Lucifer. They come for those people, the same ones that made the deal with them. They come and collect those souls. So that's a different form of a Green Reaper. This is
Soul
agents,
collector.
yeah, soul collectors. The people have made deals with them, blood deals, where once their time is up, They promise so many things, spiritual things, or like lechuzas, brujas, the
Welcome, Deborah.
capability to turn into lechuzas and witchcraft and necromancy. They teach them all that, but when it's their time to come or to give up the soul, they come and collect.
Well, Bogun, that is why it's called the great lie. You can't sell your soul, and you can't do nothing with the body you have because not even the hair on the top of your head belongs to you. But that's the great lie. They tell you the Satan says that he'll buy your soul, but you can't really sell it because it does not belong to you. It belongs to God, just like every hair on your body belongs to God. That is why also tattoos are an abomination to him.
So it's about choices. It's about this, choosing, right?
Everybody's got free will.
Yeah, the day of judgment. Everybody going to be judged on the day of judgment, but the soul collectors do come for those people. Those it's a what do you call it?
A blood contract.
Yeah, it's one of those contracts where they come collect the soul. Those people don't even get a chance to get judged because they've already
Excuse me.
been deceived, and they're giving it up, because they made a deal. They can't. It's not. They can't get out of the situation. The only way they can get out of the situation if they were to ask God for forgiveness and repent for their sins.
I'll
But
be
even
back.
like that, if they spend most of their
So yeah.
lifetime doing bad things, uh, the fate is already sealed. If they were doing more evil works on this earth than good. What do you think happens to the people that get deceived and they're they get deceived, or they get possessed and they commit suicide because they've given up in life, right? So if they've given up in life, they haven't given up their life because the Heavenly Father wouldn't want you to give up in life. Jesus Christ wouldn't want you to give up in life. So when they give up their life, who's going to be there to collect that soul, right? Because they've given up. So if they're giving up is like literally giving up their souls also. There's different ways. I don't think it's those are not the only two ways. But the majority of the possessions happen that way. But if a person has spiritual openings, like the ones I mentioned of fear, of believing in other things, that's there's many ways that a person can be demonized.
Welcome, rainwater.
Spiritual openings, yes, you've seen it happen all the time. There's mediums, clairvoyants getting demonized, people messing with the Ouija boards getting demonized because they get possessed. Anger, hatred, fear, those are spiritual openings. Unforgiveness is a spiritual opening. What do you think? There's generational curses, but it's true what she's saying, that Some of them is dealing with the occult, doing satanic rituals, or dabbling in the dark arts. Some of this generational curses. The generational curses come all the way from the Garden of Eve, from occurred there in the Garden of Eve. Oh yeah. But some of these people is what they allow in their hearts, what they allow in to affect them spiritually.
Yeah, I remember when I was a younger man, cousin. I had a lot of anger. I wanted to burn the whole world down.
Mhm. I remember pretty well.
I was just angry.
Yeah. You're welcome, Sister Cynthia. But they'll come when it's at that time. I call it the when somebody has a deal, right? Brujas, brujos, and they give them a certain time frame where the time on earth is over, that they're going to come collect that soul. When the service is up, it'll come. Just like they make the deal, it'll come the same way when they make the deal. Like they make the deal, it'll come in that form. How they made the deal to collect the soul, to tell them that the time here on earth is over, that they have to go with them. And then the person's like, I want more time. That's what they tell them. Next thing you know, the thing tells them, so well, if I can take you right now, who am I going to go mess with? Because to buy more time, you got to send that soul collector, soul reaper, whatever you want to call it, somewhere. So the only place that they can go has to be somewhere within the bloodline, right? Within the sangre. So they'll send it either to a family member, whether it's a son, a daughter, or their next of kin. They'll send that collector or timekeeper, soul keeper to go affect those family. Some of the time that they get by is, I'm thinking it's a year after when they come collect the soul, like a year. After the year is up, that's it. You know, uh, I mean, they can try to buy some more time, but if the person that they send the soul collector to go mess with changes their path in life because they're their own person, right? They find Jesus Christ and they've changed their path, their ways, and accept Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior. Well, that was a gamble that witch or warlock uh, put the gamble on, and that person changed their life. So that means that they're being protected by the Heavenly Father. So that maldad, the soul collector, goes back to the person they made the deal with, and their fate is their fate. I witnessed it. That's what I'm saying. I witnessed what happens to these individuals. Uh, it's not pretty, man. That's all I can tell you.
Sasha wants to know if
Somebody,
you've ever seen a real angel, cousin.
yes, yes, I have. Yes, I have seen a several angels around me when I was growing up. This angels that I witnessed had a golden aura around them, backing me up. When I think I was 11 years old, and this lady, I was drinking water at this pharmacy called Watson's in the small town I come from, and this lady cut. I was walking through the aisle, and she just stepped in front of me, She asked me, she said, "Are you?" She said my name. I said, "Yes, ma'am, that's me." Then she said my parents' name. If they were my parents, I said yes. When I said yes to everything that she asked me, then she pulled out this amulet, started chanting something in a different language. You could see like bones on it and feathers, like dark feathers of chickens or roosters or something of that nature. And I started fighting spiritually against her. I call upon the Heavenly Father to come and assist me spiritually. Started saying the Our Father, and as we're fighting spiritually amongst one another, I could see the heavenly angels. There was like several of them behind me. Many heavenly angels behind me with the golden aura, and she seen them. When she seen them, she dropped the amulet. It shattered on the ground, and she took up running out of there. You could see the fear in her face. It's because she knew that I was being protected. I had my backup were the heavenly angels, and she took up running out of there. I never seen her again. I don't know what happened to this lady or anything like that. The only thing I knew that somebody sent her my way to try to do something bad to me, and it backfired. But I seen the heavenly angels that were with me. Some people will say, "Well, how did they look?" Well, they can manifest into anything, and I could see you could say a human form to them, but with a golden aura. You know, they were very tall, and I know that they're always around me. Uh, but I witnessed them. All I can say is I know that there were heavenly angels because what she was doing was trying to do witchcraft on me, and she dropped anything she had and took off running out of there. I'm more than sure that the angels probably chased her and gave her a run for her money that she probably ran all the way back home out of fear. Kind of like that they, you know, I'm not gonna say torment her, but they taught her a lesson. I know that. Of course, I had some that were protecting me, but I'm more sure some were chasing her. That's why she took off running.
Hope that's better, cousin. I couldn't even see myself.
I'm reading some of the comments here. Uh, just trying to catch up on the comments before I continue. Anybody has any more questions here? Some of the men I have been in fights with, they realize are going against their way that demons leaves them. See it happen because they go from a ravenous wolf that was going to kill me. Yeah, yeah. All you have to do is type on the rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and those demonic spirits will leave that vessel. Once they leave the vessel, the person becomes normal. So they go from a ravenous wolf to a little what do you call a deer? A little baby deer. What do you call a baby deer? A doe. They'll go from a ravenous wolf to a doe because the unclean spirits leave them, so they're not there to make them ravenous no more or rabid. They become like a doe. They become how should I say, the not harmful. They won't be able to harm you because whatever was causing them to act ravenous took off when you fight against it spiritually. Oh yeah. And that amulet that she had was an old amulet. It had all kinds of things on it. But she found out the young spiritual Abe was a real true warrior, or should I say That's my calling. I
You
wasn't
stand
afraid.
corrected, boat gun. I don't go hunting, so I didn't know either that it was
There you go.
a fun.
A doe or a fawn, guess what happens? Because a person that is being demonized becomes normal. So they're not going to be acting that they were acting or they were being demonized. They're going to be acting like kind of like a baby because they're still trying to regain the composure after being possessed. They're going to be weak. They're going to be tired because the thing that had control of their vessel, their body, took off but left them weak also. So they're not going to be trying to act violent in any kind of way. Yeah, she was a. I know for a fact that she was a witch. I don't know if she was a witch in training or how old she was. I've seen her before. I know who she was, but I just leave it up to God. I mean, because I've seen her before, uh, and I just leave it up to God. It's not nothing dealing with me. I'm not going up to her in a negative way, trying to do anything to her. It was her trying to do something to me, so I just leave it up to God. For God to handle her accordingly to whatever she was trying to do to me. That's what I do. I don't wish bad upon nobody, and that's where it is because it's literally about the soul, right? There's other forces around just waiting, just to see what you're going to do, what move you're going to make, to see if you're going to make a mistake. It's like sometimes you have to let go of everything, right? That you might have or desire to move forward in your life, so God can bless you with other things. I know sometimes people don't want to get out of a situation, but sometimes you have to keep on moving forward. Can't be living in the past. You got to keep on moving forward and make your own, make another nest, right? Or make another foundation where the foundation that you're going to make is about peace, love, no fighting, no anger, and it means that the foundation is just you, yourself, and I. Well, so be it. So long you have your peace. You want to include other people, then that's fine too. But sometimes you have to leave certain things. That has to do with soul keep reapers, soul collectors. You know, sometimes people are not ready to leave, and the Heavenly Father does bless them, right? Does bless them to stay longer because He's the one that can make us and take us. So the ones that get pissed off, or the soul reapers and soul collectors, they take it as a personal vendetta to try to come up against us because they're pissed off that we were blessed to stay a little bit longer. We're not making no deals with anything in any kind of way, shape, or form. It's a spiritual blessing that we get blessed to stay longer. So the soul reapers, soul collectors get pissed off, right? It feels like they're not able to do their job, so they get mad. So what do? They linger, or they must send something at somebody else or something else to come up against you to see if the blessing that you get blessed, in which it cannot be taken, but they're going to try to shorten it in some kind of way, in which you have things that come through people that are bonded, spiritually possessed. They're going to try to come up against you to try to deceive you, but that's where your senses come in, because when the Heavenly Father blesses you with something, He blesses you with the spiritual gift of discernment. So what do? Type bind and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name, and you continue to keep on going forward in a positive way. You know, Fighting spiritually is one of those things where it's a doggy dog world, right? Where there's people that have been fighting spiritually. Some are good, some are bad, and both have lost on both sides of the balance. You know, because nobody's perfect, but it's a doggy dog world when it comes down to the spiritual things of things. I just want you to know that your spirit is important, that you're somebody. So don't let nobody deceive you to say that you're below me, you're or anything like that, because we're all equal. And that's what this unseen forces, like the soul reapers and soul collectors and the demon agents, right? They want to deceive you to make you think that they're in power, they're in charge. But in all honesty, you're in charge of your personal foundation. You're in charge of it, not them. It's up to you, right? So long, like I said, so long you place Jesus Christ first, uh, and you continue to have faith in him, he's going to be there for you. And it's going to be a lot of things that are accept within the balance. Soul reapers, soul collectors, shadow figures, brujas, brujos, anything dealing that they're working on a mission to come up against you spiritually. You're going to continue to be pissed off because the Heavenly Father continues to bless His children, right? Protects His children. I'm reading some of the comments here.
Yeah, they say that ravens are like also soul collectors. That they lead the spirit to the body of to the underworld or the spiritual plane. When my little sister died, man, there was a black bird trying to get in through the window to where the room where she passed away. Because I was standing outside looking up at the room where she passed away, and there was a black bird running into the window, man, trying to get in there. Thought that
Have
was
you seen
weird.
those blackbirds that I ran into the other day? It seemed kind of weird to me. They were all over the road I was traveling, all around me. On that day, I was gonna go and investigate. I was gonna go do an day investigation in the woods. But when I seen all the ravens and I seen them eating the squirrel, like tearing it up, it's like that was I guess,
Cute not to
my
go.
my warning, my spiritual warning. Don't go into the woods. No, that's what I took it as, and I didn't go into the woods. So I seen that as a warning, not to enter the woods because something could have happened. What? I don't know, but there's this birds that were just walking on the land like if nothing, like they wasn't afraid, or they were pretty good size. I'm not gonna say big as a lechuza, but they're, I would say, maybe like what, 2 feet, 2 feet, 2 feet tall, somewhere
Oh
around
yeah,
there.
yeah. You sent me a picture of that, man. I told you they were vultures, right?
Yeah, and they were black.
Those were turkey vultures, man.
Turkey vultures. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We have a lot of them here in Fort Worth, man. I told you when we lived in that other house, they try to take the Chihuahua. That's what he got for trying to go there thinking he was all big stuff, man. That vulture picked him up in the cloud and was taking him. I had to,
So how'd you get your dog back?
shot him in the ass with a BB gun. He dropped him. What's up, Roddy, man? Welcome.
It says Roddy mom.
Oh, Roddy, mom, I'm sorry. My glasses ain't working no more. I'm gonna have to go get some better ones. Please forgive me, Roddy, mom.
Soul reapers and soul collectors.
My glasses ain't working. Exuberance. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I have pictures of it. I think on my phone when I
Yes,
ran into them.
yes, Cynthia, they are a bad omen if you see a vulture just hanging out and not being afraid.
There were several of them that were just there by the side of the road, and I just took it as I went with my spiritual senses, and my spiritual senses said, don't go investigate," and I did it. What would have happened? I wouldn't have known. I just follow my spiritual instinct.
Righty, Mom.
Let me see. I got
Forgiveness, please. Yeah, they were pretty tall, man. I remember you sent me that picture. I was like, oh, somebody's getting eaten.
yeah.
Ooh, turkey vulture.
There was one that was bigger than that when I went around this before I entered the street. That one was pretty big. I was like, man, what kind of bird is that? I mean, he's just walking like him nothing, you know. Guess
Oh man,
they were
when they
looking for
come
something.
when they come down, man, they act like they own the place, man. They're they're usually looking for roadkill, man. But my neighbor at the other house used to feed them.
My guardian angel is probably in a wheelchair after 4 years on this assignment. I don't know how an angel could be in a wheelchair if it's in spirit.
He's just saying after all the adventures he's had that the guardian angel had
Oh,
to
I see.
protect him. After 54 years, man, try after 56 years. I know mine's walking on crutches and is on life support.
Yes. Oh, that was like pretty tall for a turkey vulture. But the lechuza is way taller than that. A lechuza is, man, like 6 foot higher, bigger than 6 foot, pretty big,
I got the joke,
pretty
boat gun. It was funny.
pretty big. Yeah, cousin Jesse got the joke. As a thing, I never tried to live my life on the crazy side. I've always stuck, trying to stay right there with
The straight and narrow.
the straight and narrow with my Lord and Savior, man. But even like that, I've witnessed a lot of things. You know, fighting spiritually, being in combat. Uh, when you're talking about a wildlife, being in combat by itself, that's a big game changer for you. There's a lot of soldiers that can't take what they seen or what they had to do, which it affects them for the rest of their life.
Murphy.
So the guardian angel is more like becomes more of a psychiatrist.
Damn, Smurfy, he's on dialysis. Yes, Cynthia, nobody likes lechuzas, but they exist. Look, it's almost 12. Maybe Abe will do a lechuza whistle later.
You want me to do a lechuza whistle?
Oh man, all the ladies in the lab are gonna be like, no.
Yeah, I've never seen a soul reaper, soul collector. I mean, the soul contractors, I guess you could say, or reaper contractors or demon contractors. I've seen them speak to the person they've done deal with. I've seen them speak. I've seen how they have a temporary manifestation because I follow one, of an incident that happened. I witnessed it. He spoke. It was in the manifestation of a human, but it was in a full manifestation of a human because the leg was of a goat or yeah, beastly. Then when he left, there was a rip. So we're talking about rippers. That's why I call it Soul Reaper. There was a rip in time, and that you could say that a demon agent went through the rip at time, and the time rip closed, and he was gone. So when he was there to, you got the somebody got to do a yearly another year to live deal. The person that the name that she mentioned was my uncle's name, and he started getting spiritually attacked because that's where it went to. You could hear it because they would say that there was a man with boots walking on the porch, and he had been there going there for about 2 3 weeks, calling him out to go outside, and you could hear the like boots on the porch. And I remember when I go spend the night over there, and it was like around 1:32 in the morning or two something, and you heard it when he showed up, and you could hear like the it wasn't boot sounds that it was making on the porch, it was hoof sounds, and he was calling out my uncle to come outside, calling him to come outside, right? And which my uncle got spiritually attacked, or should I say, possessed by this demon, which we all had to go into prayer. We prayed for him. We were fighting it spiritually through prayer, and it finally took off because the prayers were in true faith and believe in Jesus Christ, and it took off. It ripped out the screen, and you just see a form of a dark shadow figure or smoke, which was a spirit, right? Disembodied, go out the screen window, ripped it out, and took off. But my uncle became normal. So that spiritual that had to do with not a it's kind of like a generational curse, but it was because somebody sent it to him that was within the bloodline, you know, and that's not cool. I mean, I don't care who they are in the family. If you're dabbling in the dark arts because that's what you want to do, then take your fate. Don't try to
Accept your mental.
send it to me, to my cousins, or to the next of kin. No, you reap what you sow, right? That's why you go reapers reap what you sow, or how is it reap what you want? But what's the saying to it? Yeah, reap what you
You
sow.
you you reap what you sow.
Like yeah, you know,
If you're doing what you're doing, then take your medicine. If that was a deal you made, fulfill your contract. Honor your word.
right.
Smurfy. La vas a asustar, Smurfy. Hoot, hoot.
That's all I'm
Oh, Smurf.
saying, right?
Smurf is making his own lechuza sounds to scare Cynthia. Oh, no, man. Cynthia was telling me earlier, man, that they sent her a video where you could hear something growling, and then it was talking and then growling some more. I told her to send it to you, but I don't know if she did. I said Abe would have a field day with that.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos that are not. You can tell that they're fake, but
I know. I send you a lot of them.
yeah, a lot of fake videos, brothers and sisters. Believe it or not, there is podcasters that put up a one of the pictures of this fake videos and or a video of something that you could tell definitely it's fake as hell. Excuse my language. AI generated or some kind of CGI or something, that you could literally tell that it's fake. You know, yeah, I'm just telling you because I have fought spiritually all my life, and I've seen things of the supernatural or things that are not from our reality. So I could
Hi,
tell when
Benny
something
Quaylet.
is fake.
Cynthia says it cussed at her prima's man. So it
How
was
you
an
doing, brother
actual.
Benny Frelix? Check out the shirt Benny Frelix that I'm wearing here. For anybody's seen this,
What is that like, Smurfy? Pretty tat.
so reapers, so collectors. Okay, we got a my lechuza probably sounds like Tweety Bird. Okay,
So after I smoked about a carton of cigarettes, pretty tat.
I can make the sound for y'all, but I don't want to.
And Cynthia will leave because every time you do that, she hears noises in her house.
Yeah, I can mimic sounds pretty good too. Here we go. It's not fake, Abe. It's my prima. They were at home. They caught it in their living room. I will ask her to share it with me. She went and got holy water and got okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the video. No, what I was speaking about is there's a lot of videos
The ones
that
that I
people
sent
put
you.
out there that are not legit. That you could tell they're staged or they're not real. That they're staged.
Well, we got Benny Frelex in here. Where's Benny Blanco?
Where's Benny Blanco?
He's
Where's
worshiping.
Benny Blanco when you need him? Look at that. What's that,
He's at
Benny?
he's at his altar.
Home camera in front of her doorbell camera or inside a home. Have you ever seen a Soul Reaper or Soul Collector, Primo?
No, just that bird that, like I told you, was trying to go through the window when my little sister died. It's a big black bird. But no, I've never seen the Grim Reaper. I've seen pictures and statues of La Santa Muerte, but I've never seen it in person. Don't want to either.
I used to see the something that looked like La Muerte in the Donner Street. I ran into one. I believe that was a bruja that was dressed all in black with a veil over her face. Late at night, one evening, you know how I used to go jogging, and I seen her, and I was like, I never bothered to see where she went or what she was doing, but she was dressed all in black, and it was in Halloween. Then I seen one that was going down the road, dressed all in like a white veil or white gown, and you could see where the gown was moving, but it wasn't like it was running. It looked like bones were sticking out like this. So I figured it was La Muerte, death. But that one was all in white. And she went up. Was moving real fast. I ran outside the house. You know how our house was close to not that far away from the main road, right, from the street. And I seen her going up the hill. And I think there was an old man that used to walk with. He had a white beard, and you hear like somebody got like a car wreck. I guess that old man that was walking got hit by a car, and he passed away. And I believe that was death that was going to his final moment here on Earth. La muerte.
La huesuda.
and the death cries sometimes too. If people don't know that, la muerte sometimes cries. Why? For the fear factor. So it could do its job, its mission. So if you don't fall into the fear factor, you go into prayer, fight against it spiritually, then it loses its control that she's trying to control the territory, the area where something might happen. So you fight against it spiritually. You pray against it. And then next thing you know, it loses its strength or power from it trying to make something happen there so she could collect a soul or souls. So when you pray against it through Jesus Christ and she flees, then there's no souls to claim. So the only thing you're going to have left is a pissed off death or la muerte. It's going to be pissed because he couldn't collect that soul. Because you went into prayer, you prayed against it. That's what we're supposed to do. It's not too hard to figure out things spiritually, brothers and sisters. When that happened, I was in the army. This happened in 1994 up in Fort Owens, California. I had to. We were a 4-man crew. I had to protect my crew, and I fought spiritually through prayer. Something bad could have happened, or tank could have flipped and would have went into like a. I'm thinking it was like a between 12 to 18-foot drop. I can't remember how deep it was, but the only thing that kept me alive that day is that spiritually I was told to traverse the turret to the left, so in which I did. When I traversed it, the gun tube got stuck when we were going to flip. The only thing that was holding us up was the gun tube. If I would have traversed, our tank would have flipped, and only God knows what would have happened. You know, some of us wouldn't be here right now. But thank God that we're here. But death was crying. Death was crying outside. It wasn't La Llorona because it wasn't raining. It wasn't near a water source. It was death. And my driver, he was a private. He was crying because he said he could hear a woman crying, and he's like, "What the fuck is that, Sarge?" He was new in the army. What's that? What's that? So don't worry about it. And then she went crying all the way to the front where he was at. He said, "What the fuck is that? She's crying over here where I'm at. I'm scared, Sarge." He was a Puerto Rican. ¿Qué es lo que es
tengo,
esto, coño?
tengo miedo, coño, tengo miedo.
Yeah, he was freaking out. I said, "Don't pay attention to that. Ignore it. Go to prayer. You know, keep your foot on the brake. Don't move. Don't try to come out of the hatch. Stay inside the tank. He's trying to trick you. He wants you to come outside. He wants you to scare you to come outside. Don't everybody stay in place." And I kept on praying, and then finally people came to help us. But what he was trying to do was trying to scare him because, like I said, the only thing was on was the gun tube. So if any weight would have got at any position of the tank where it was tilted, it would have flipped. So the death was trying to scare people to try to make something happen, and they stayed pissed off that day because uh, we overcame it through prayer. After that, some of the crew that I had, they went to a different tank because they were freaked out at what happened. You know, I
You
mean,
got
I could give them answers of what it was, but they wouldn't understand the spiritual aspect out of it. Like I was understand like I understand it because of experience and witnesses all my life. You know, I just kept a lot of things to myself. But
got two questions for Smurfy. The first one is, aside from being in war, Did you find being in a tank fun?
Uh, it could be fun, but the tank is not your friend. You can't say I'm comfortable being on the tank because when you say I'm comfortable being on the tank, that's when the tank decides to hurt you. So when you step on a tank, you have to be alert at all times. That's where a lot of people make the mistake. They get too comfortable on their job. That's when accidents happen.
The other question is like, what made you want to be in a tank?
Uh, when I joined, in the times I joined with the commercials, there was a commercial with the show for the army where there's a tank and it goes over a hill and it flies like that and lands. I seen the
That
commercial and they asked me, when I went to go took my test, I was drunk, dude. I was coming from a party. So I went there on a Saturday and I didn't score too well because I had a hangover, but I still passed the test with like low score. And I said, well, there's only two jobs. There's a job for you, either infantry or a cook, and it's like, no, I won't do that. Then, well, what do you want to do? So, well, there's a commercial where there's this tank and it flies over. Okay, well, yeah, that's no problem. We'll get you there. I just didn't know that being on the tank meant that I had to be in the front lines, but that's how I became a tanker.
so did that.
I probably could have scored a higher score if I would have been sober. I had a hangover that I just filled in the questions, man. I wasn't even trying to take the test.
So my question to you, cousin, did you ever fly in a tank like that?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
we went over. We flew over. Yeah, over hills like that, at full speed, off of cliffs, oof, oof, where
Wow,
the
cool.
track lands, and you just see sparks flying off where the wedge where you're connected to the track hits the rocks, and you see sparks coming off of it, man. But of course, you got to take care of it. But yeah, you could do all kinds of things with a tank. Run over things, run over trees,
Run over
go through the
people.
creek. Yeah, well, yeah, it was 65 tons is very dangerous, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I can find the commercial on YouTube most likely. The one I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find it.
Did it say be all you can be in the army?
The old, the old commercials.
Well, he finds this commercial. Does anybody have any question over the material so far? You were in the service also, Smurfy? Hello. Cynthia, did you ever get that video that your cousin sent you
There
so
you
you could share it?
go.
Oh, I see that.
You see how the tank went up flying?
Yeah.
That's from the 80s, man. So I couldn't imagine myself being a cook, so that's why I told him. that I wanted to be. Check it out. Oh shit, that's not it. That's Wolverine. Uh, I'll show it to y'all one more time.
Does it have good shocks, cousin?
Yeah, yeah, that was a commercial right there, man. That sucker me in. Well, I didn't want to be a cook, so yeah, they're like, "Oh, sure, sure, we'll get you in there," but they didn't tell me that it was that job is infantry, and that job was to be the front lines. But you fight the front line. You'd be the first ones to go to a war.
Your gramps went the cook route, Smurfy?
Yeah, man. I had gone to a quinceañera or a wedding, some party, man, and I had to go and take that test, and it was me and my friend Rob, but Rob never joined, but I joined later on. They'll get you with the commercials, man. They'll suck you in. Don't do it.
Be all you
You know,
can
I have
be in the
fun like
army.
qualifying the tank, shooting the tank, uh, qualifying the crew and stuff like that. You know, yeah, it could be fun, but it could be dangerous too. And the one where you can sink in, going through the creeks, mud comes in. You're the driver, you can get flooded with water and mud.
All right, Morgan.
So, my internet's so bad tonight, the screen's blurry and just it looks like he's got Mickey Mouse ears and he's picking. Oh man, maybe it's the lighting over here.
Ha
Is
ha.
it too much lighting? It's cool, Smurfy. It's cool.
You said, what you saying, Smurfy? That got Mickey Mouse ears?
That's what you're saying. You got Mickey Mouse ears.
I don't know. I was thinking of putting on a bandana and my flannel and saying I was a migrant worker, but nobody would believe that. Probably not, Morgan. I might wear a shirt instead of just what I'm wearing now. Uh, I got another shirt that a cousin sent me. I'll probably wear that one. Looking for an excuse to wear that one, man. Uh, I sent a picture of that one to Mary, primo, my baby mama. She said, "I want that shirt." I go, "Text Dave. He'll tell you where to find them."
What sure was that one, Primo?
She wants the one with the red eyes and the skull. You know the other one you said with the
Yeah.
wolf shirt. She said, "I want that shirt." I go text Abe. He'll probably tell you where you can find one. Because I'm not giving the shirt up. Chuy
Soul Reapers
ratón.
and Soul Collectors. So, would you think that the Soul Reapers and Soul Collectors is kind of like the IRS?
Yes, exactly. They come to collect.
That's what they have in common, right?
Mm-hmm. 1 hour and 30 minutes, cousin.
Yeah. But we went early tonight. I know there's other podcast on
Yeah,
also. So
Josh started his when you started today.
yeah,
That's what Cynthia told me anyway. That
yeah.
Josh started when you started.
Well, he normally start. I don't know what time he start. I know he was on earlier, 7 or 8. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna do a tune up on where I don't know. I'm gonna do some early ones tomorrow throughout the week. Like a bit like just a little algorithm. I don't know, but I'm just going with the flow of things tonight. I'm talking about Soul Reapers, Soul Collectors. So what do you think? How do they look to y'all? If anybody here in the chat has seen a Soul Reaper or Soul Collector, would
I've
be
never
the
seen
better
one.
question to ask. And has anybody ever witnessed one here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters? We know that Benny Blanco don't answer the question, okay? Because we already know what you're going to say. Hey, primo,
He's gonna pull out.
Benny Blanco. Benny
Yeah, he's
Blanco
gonna
don't answer the question.
no, because he's gonna pull out the picture of la Santa Muerte. Es mi Dios.
Don't answer the question, Benny Blanco. There you go. I hope it don't offend you, Benny. The shirt I'm wearing. My tank, when I was in the army, the name that our tank had was Death Angel.
Oh
So I
wow.
guess am I related to the Soul Reapers and Soul Collectors? That was the name of my tank, Death Angel. I was in Delta Company. They wanted to name it Demigod. They want this guy from the Virgin Islands. My gunner wanted it Demigod. I said, man, can we just name it Death Angel? What I mean, Angel of Death, Death Angel. And he said, that sounds like a good name. So we named it Death Angel.
I stand corrected, Cynthia. My bad. He goes out an hour before you came on, primo.
So I'll show you what the name of it. I'm going to show a picture of my tank where it says Death Angel on it. See if I can find it real quick. Have to go into the gallery.
No, at least you guys still got pictures of it, cousin. You didn't delete them.
For my tank.
Yeah. Oh, Smurfy, I'd call it Pillsbury Donuts. Exuberance says that PRT is live right now, and a lot of our usual viewers are over there.
That's fine. We're just here chilling. Our Tuesdays are kind of slow, anyways. Let me see if I can find a picture of the tank.
Yes, Murphy. I wanted to get into the armed forces too, man, but I wanted to get into like the Air Force or something. I wanted to be an astronaut, but I went the other way, man. The only way I got into space is I smoked a lot of bud, man. I got really out there in space.
But I am thinking about doing some pre-shows on YouTube. I'm thinking about, I don't know yet, pre-shows tomorrow, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, but just me by myself on YouTube. Then I'll do the show later on in the evening time. I'm doing so. I'm going to try to try to promote the count for the 31st. That's what I'm going to do. Try to
El
do at
count,
least.
el count chocula.
I'm trying to find some of the picture of this tank that said Death Angel on it. If I can find it. Here it is, I think.
That's all right. She's over there with Josh. We got exuberance. He's
There
just
you
as
go.
good.
Let me show you, brothers and sisters. There's the tank, my tank when I was in Operation Desert Storm.
Oh, nice tank.
What did it say there? Death Angel.
All I see is a
Yep,
54.
underneath the 54.
Yeah, I can't see it because my glasses ain't that good right now.
Let me see. I can light it up some so y'all can see it better.
Okay,
Underneath 54 on the bumper, it says Death Angel
I
right
see
here.
it.
So you could say, man, since we're in the Muslim world, you could say Death Angel would be the angel of death.
Hmm. That's what I used to call myself when I was hooked on that other stuff I was hooked on, man, for a whole year. I introduced myself as the angel of death. What a coincidence. And you got your first kill, right?
Yeah,
You were the
we
one that
were the
got the
ones who
first
got
kill.
the first kill out there, or tank.
The
Actually, like
the
the first two kills,
the
they were over
name
3,000 meters. Let me make you back to normal, cuz. There we go.
the name that name fit the tank, man. If it got the first two kills of the war, the name fit.
And we wasn't there to win a ribbon or anything like that. You know, when it's a matter of life or death, it's beyond the ribbons or trophies or gold medals, silver medals, bronze medals. It's about life or death. So you got to do what you got to do to survive. So it's beyond that. It's beyond any Grammy award or any of that crap. Any Super Bowl championship, NBA, any trophy of baseball. It's beyond that. You're playing for your life, man. So it becomes you literally fighting for your life just to stay alive. So it's one of those games that's it's a clutch game where either you're gonna live or you're gonna die, right? That's what that war is. So you think a football game has adrenaline rush or any those other things, any kind of events. Well, this in this event, some people are gonna live and some people are gonna die. So yeah, it's a lot worse than that. That's combat for you. That's why, I couldn't see a lot of people that are they consider themselves to be high in stature, doing some things that I couldn't see them being out there with me in the front lines when I was out there. Because something just don't fit right with them. I don't feel that they would have been able to. Well, you might never know. They might, because if they want to live, then they're going to do whatever it takes to survive, right? Yeah, there's no instant replay. There's no let me reset the console or none of that. It's how's that saying go? One shot, one kill. Either you live or
No,
you're gonna die. One of the two.
no extra lives.
Yeah, and there is a lot of how should I say salesmen out there just waiting. The salesmen that are out there in the front line are the soul reapers and soul collectors. Some of them come in the form of the djinn. For those Muslim people that worship the djinn and call upon the djinn to help them live in battle, and the djinn only wanted to collect the soul, so we're just there to collect the soul. So I'm more sure there's a lot of people that believe in a lot of things, and there might have been, who's a Benny Blanco talk about he believes in the Santa Muerte, well, the Santa Muerte or the djinn was there to collect their soul. Whatever deal, whatever they did with it, deal was null and voided when they died in combat. So whatever deal they made with whatever out there, it came to collect. Yeah, for all the marbles, all the enchiladas, the baddest of the baddest. One goes in, one comes out. You know, many lost their lives out there, man. Said many soul reapers and soul collectors were out there working overtime, collecting souls. Uh, some of the things that you happen after a war or even during, because when it's still fairly fresh, you hear the souls of the dead. Where they're in pain, they're in suffering. Then you could hear where the collectors come to collect the souls, and you know it's crazy. Let me see what exuberance says. What's your guys' opinions on the purpose of the soul reapers, collectors, or Abe and Jesse? I'll let you answer that one first, Primo.
I believe that they're collectors. The exuberance. Oh, I just fucked myself up. Yeah, I believe they're just collectors. They come and collect on deals that have come to fruition. Once you set a time limit, then they have to be there and collect. That's what I believe it is. I'll be back. Oh.
The I'm gonna leave you with a question to think about. Uh, exuberance. Do you think that the soul keepers or soul reapers and soul collectors are there only to collect certain souls? Are they there to collect certain souls that they think they might have some kind of authority over them because somebody might try to make a deal or something like? Do you think they're there to collect, or do you think their job mainly is just to when somebody dies is there to collect the soul? or do they come when there's something tragic? I witnessed the other ones that came into Elms Grove, and succubus, incubus. That's another form of a soul collector because they suck the life source of people. A succubus and an incubus, uh, and they suck the life source. They suck the life source out of people. So once they suck the life source out of the person dies. So basically, what I'm saying to you is, if they can do that, suck the life source out of somebody, that the vessel stops working and they collect the soul. What's really their purpose? I mean, what are they trying to do when they're collecting a soul in that manner? So I understand when somebody dies at a normal death, somebody dies tragically, right? But when somebody life source is being drained out of them by a succubus or incubus, and they destroy the vessel because they collect the soul, what's the purpose of that? That's the bigger question. Why are these succubus and incubus, which will be a form of soul reapers, soul collectors, why are they doing this? Why are they draining the life source out of people, which is their spirit? Why are they're draining the souls out of people? Can you answer that one, Primo Jesse? Why do you think they do that?
I don't know why they do that, cousin. Like I said, I've never seen one, but like I said, I just feel that when the time is up of the contract and they come to collect, that's all I can say about that, cousin.
I'm saying because I've seen the succubus and incubus going into people's homes, and all the homes that they went into, all these people died. So do you think what I witnessed was not a succubus and incubus, but it was the soul reapers, soul collectors, but that they're draining energy out of people when they're asleep?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. You probably did see it was manifested to look like a succubus and an incubus, but it was actually a soul collector that went and took the remaining life force of the people that were under contract. 'Cause it's a blood contract, man. You have to sign in blood. So yeah, I agree with you on that. The fact that they were taking them while they were sleeping, it's just that they were probably so weak they couldn't fight back anymore. Just got them where they were sitting and laying down.
Because normally what people understand is when the soul reaper and soul collector comes, it's when the person's already dead, so they just come collect the soul. Uh, when my nephew was born, he was a couple of weeks old. I seen something draining his life source, like sucking the life source out of him, his spirit. But I interfered in that. I'm just saying, do you think the soul reaper soul collectors are affiliated with these other things that suck the life source of regular people? They all come from the same source.
Yeah, they're basically the same entity, man. And what I believe he was doing to your nephew when he was born was he was taking his life force because he had a lot. He was gonna do something great, and it was trying to weaken him so that he wouldn't have that much power when he got older. But yeah, they're basically the same entity, man. So they're all energy vampires is what I call them. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree with you on that. That they're from the same
That's what
source.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to compare these things that I've witnessed. Then the Hatman is another one that you're like, he shows up when somebody is about to pass away, or an event is going to happen, or somebody's going to die, something tragic is going to happen. Hellhounds, were a form of soul reapers or soul takers because when they show up, they say if you see them two, three by the third time that you're gone, you're dead. You know, you might be able to see them twice, but on the third time, you're gone.
Well, I got it
So,
one more time to see him because I've only seen the hellhound once. I'm happy that you just told me that the third time I see it, that's it. Well, I've only seen it once.
but I'm skeptical of that, but that's what I've heard. The other thing I do is I'll go into prayer. If something like that will happen. But I've run into too many things of this where people have lost their lives when I've run into like these entities, man. That where's the Llorona, La Muerte? There's shadow figures with a hoodie, the hood, soul reapers, soul collectors, death, whatever you want to call it. You said La Parca.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're trying to take all souls.
Yeah, Cynthia, that video wouldn't play at all. I tried to play it on my tablet and it didn't work.
Maybe one day I might make a video of Elms Grove, go to location, do a video uh, at nighttime because that's when the activity happens. But I don't know if I want to put myself in danger like that. Uh, the death, the Hatman. So I got a picture of the Hatman somewhere here too, man. Uh, I don't know. I've seen him, and he's he's very tall. He likes it's very tall and intimidating. The Hatman, but
Yeah,
is it
that
really a? Go ahead.
I've never seen the Hat Man. My little niece has, but I never have. Okay, Cynthia, that would work. That way, Abe could get it and decipher it. Knobs, no BS for me, please. The Hat Man is like a top tier demon that appears as he's like a harbinger of death. When you see him, somebody's gonna die or something's gonna happen that's messed up. And they call him the Hat Man because it's a shadow spirit that always has a top hat on him.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find a picture.
Any other
See if I
questions
can find.
besides that, ladies and gentlemen, that we can answer, and or I'll do my best to answer. Yes, yes, Cynthia, my little great grandniece, she sees that in my niece's apartment. It keeps coming out of her closet, or it's levitating outside her window. So I told my niece to keep an eye on her daughter because she's very special. She's like 8 or 9 years old, and she already has the gift of discernment to see it.
Who's this primo?
My sobrina's daughter, my great grandniece, my great niece. She's 8 years old and she already sees the Hatman. It either comes out of her closet or it's floating outside her window, just levitating.
That's a cucuy.
Yep. So I told my niece to keep an eye on her because she's special. At 8 or 9 years old, she already has the gift of discernment to see into the spirit realm. Yeah, the Hat Man that some people call it the Thin Man.
Trying to see if I can find that picture, primo.
Yeah, but that's what let's see, that's 4 generations in, primo. That's my mom that could see, my sister, her daughter, and now her daughter's daughter at 8 or 9 years old that can see into the spirit realm. Any other questions, ladies and gentlemen, while Primo's trying to find that picture? Yes, but she shows it no fear, or so my niece tells me that she sees it and she laughs at it. She's a cute little thing. She's a Blaxican.
Hopefully, I can find the picture, man. I'm looking for it right now, brothers and sisters.
Any other questions? Well, we are waiting. We got the time.
Man, it's gonna be one of those pictures that it's gonna be hard for me to find here.
Yeah, like I've never seen one. I have seen a hellhound, and it did chase me up a tree, and I lost the buzz I had going when I saw it. It kept me in a tree till like 6 in the morning. When the sun started coming up, it disappeared. Basically, I was in the tree for hours. Back then, when I was skinny and could actually climb a tree.
I can find it anymore right now. I'll have to look for it. You want to share a
Welcome,
story,
Vanessa
primo,
Gerson.
of
Huh?
any story, you cousin? You want to share any story?
No, I was just sharing that story about my little grandniece that she could see the Hat Man. Share a story about
Mhm.
the the hellhound that chased me up a tree.
Let me go look into my Facebook, see how I can find it through my group, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, on YouTube, on Facebook.
So again, any questions? Anything at all? Hmm. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I remember when my this has nothing to do with the tonight's subject, but when my dad was into that religion he was into, we had a visiting witch doctor come over, and we didn't know that he was really, really evil. He saw my little sister, and he sent something after her that my little sister couldn't sleep at all. She was always having nightmares, and she would claim that there was a dark shadow spirit that would come into her room. It was driving her crazy, and when we found out what was going on, we started fighting him against him, and we actually made him leave the area. But it took like all of my dad's coat to get him out of there. And yeah, he was trying to take her soul, and we had to fight against him. But it took the whole coat, the whole coven to defeat him.
Who was he, primo?
He was a visiting palero. He came from Florida, and like I said, there was something about my little sister that he was trying to take her soul, and he was sending
Hmm?
demonic entities to drive her crazy, to keep her from sleeping, and to attack her, trying to make her commit suicide, or they were trying to kill her. And finally, we found out what was going on. And like I said, it took all the coven to fight him back and make him leave. That was the last we heard of him. He was trying to take her soul. Man, my sister only stood 4'5". Man, she was real short, and she was special because she could interpret dreams. If you told her what your
You're,
dream was, she would tell you what it meant. And if she dreamt about you, whatever she dreamt about would come to pass. So she was special.
I'm trying to find it, man, but that's gonna be a hard thing to find. I'll have to look into into my archives or something. I used to have a lot of pictures, man, and when they came up against me to try to get rid of me. Oh, we lost cousin Jesse. Yeah, he got knocked. I don't know what happened. I'll wait for him to come back so I can add him. 'Cause I was trying to find the picture of the Hatman. I can't find it. Cousin Jesse got kicked off. There he is. What happened, primo?
When I said that story right there, man, it kicked me off.
Is the Palero's pissed?
Yeah, well, it's the truth. I don't know. Like I said, when I finished that story, that I told you that when she dreamt about you, it came to pass. Whatever it was, it kicked me out. My screen went blank.
Dang.
So did you find the picture you were looking for?
I know it's here somewhere, but I need to look a little bit deeper. I was looking through my archives and I can't find it. I think I might have, I don't know if I shared it last time. Let me look one more time. Some of these pictures here.
Right, Smurfy, right? It was like if somebody zapped me because as soon as I said what I finished what I was saying, my screen went blank and then I got kicked out. I was like, what the hell? Oh wow. Now my right ear started ringing.
You got your protection, Primo?
Yeah. Well, 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 well. Look who it is. If it isn't the Duende Queen. Where have you been hiding, Lizard Rider? Welcome, Madeline Chat. Welcome home.
Oh, see, I'm gonna go look into my history, man. See how I can find it.
Thank you, Goobers. Thank you. It's good to be black. I mean back.
I'm gonna go all the way back into my memory banks here. See, I can find it. Yeah, it was a pretty interesting story, Primo.
Yeah, well, it actually happened, Primo, and then we my dad had to stop me, man, because I really wanted to get physical with that son bitch, man, for trying to hurt my little sister.
Was it an old man?
He was he was in his early 40s, but he was Cuban, man. He was a black Cuban, not a white Cuban. My
So
dad
can
told
you
him that
say
if
that
I,
something
huh?
happened? Didn't he die?
No, that's the other
Something
guy,
happened?
man. That
Oh,
was the other guy that got chopped up. The one that was in my dad's coven. Yeah, no, man, that guy I wanted to get physical with him, man, but my dad told him if I got physical with him, it was gonna be bad luck upon me. So they got rid of him fighting welcome Ivy Ramirez. How you doing? How's Christ blinking, Ivy? Yeah, so it took like the whole coven, man, to put spells and whatnot against him to get him to get out of here.
oh, estaba terco.
Yeah, he wanted her soul. My
And he
sister
was
says
from
that
Cuba.
she used to say that she would wake up and see these horrible demons standing at the foot of her bed, or the dark shadow figures that would stick their heads through the door because she would lock her door. There would be like lechuzas out there in the tree by her window every night.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, he was after her, man. Uh-oh, Chancla Queen is here. Make sure you hit the like button or you get some chanclazos. Lawrence Morgan, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the show.
I really gotta look into the archives to find that picture, man.
That's spiritual stalking exuberance. he was using the his spirit that he got from the graveyard to come and attack my sister. So it was like a he did blood sacrifices to that spirit so that it would come and do his bidding. Chancla Van Dam, you got it.
I'm just gonna have to try to find it another day, man. I had found it. And, I don't know if I downloaded the picture or created a show reel out of it. I just can't find it right now.
Yes, Madeline, that was insane, especially since we thought he was coming in peace and we let him into our house and then he pulled that crap. But yeah, we all got together and fought against him and made him leave.
So what was he doing? Was he chanting or something?
No, he didn't have to chant, Primo. He had he went to the graveyard and dug up a grave and stole a bone. Then he took the graveyard dirt with him and buried that bone in in a hidden place and sacrificed animals to it for that spirit to do his bidding, and he would send it to our house so that it would attack my sister. He would conjure up demons and send them, and black shadow spirits and send them, lechuzas and send them, because he had women that followed him, so they were probably the ones that were the lechuzas. And yeah, when we found out what was going on, man, it was like a war. We went to war against him for the sake of my sister. We got rid of him.
Here you go, Chamuk. So we're talking about soul reapers and soul collectors.
Yeah, my story was just a filler. while while Primo was looking for something, I put some filler in there so it wouldn't be dead air.
That's fine, cousin. You can talk whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, man. I'm still like sad about that, man, because my little sister ain't here. Whatever he did to her took years off her life. Hello, Walks with Bear. How you doing? PG63, welcome. How you doing?
Yeah, I can't believe I can't find that, man.
So
That
yeah,
the photo.
it was a palero against a palero, primo. The coven against a coven. It was a war, man. Spirits were sent, muertos were sent. So yeah, it was an all-out war,
Mhm.
man. You don't forget something like that, especially when you take somebody into your house and they repay your kindness with evil.
Sister Vanessa said, "Thank you everyone for your prayers for my sister-in-law. She's texted me that today her tumors have started to shrink a bit. Massive thanks to everyone.
Amen.
You're welcome, Sister Vanessa. Thank you, Lord Jesus Christ, for listening to our
Yes,
prayers.
yes, Madeline. It was a political war. It was a war. We poor animals that got sacrificed. There was a lot of them.
We got Sister Madeline, Lawrence, PJ, PG,
I'm doing good, Walks with Bear. Very good. Glad to have
Walks
you on
with
the
Bear.
show. Welcome.
No, I think Walks with Bear has a lot of stories. I don't know if she's shy to share her stories. I'm thinking she's seen a lot. because she's like como nosotros, no, la sangre
Yeah,
de indio.
yeah. Walks with bears. She's native. She's got
Yeah,
plenty
that's
of
what I
stories.
said. The blood, her blood is kind of like our blood.
Yeah.
We just since our ancestors, some of them were born in Mexico, we still got native blood in us. It's just not from the United
Happy
States. But
Miami.
a lot of the United States, a lot of part of the United States used to be Mexico. So right, California, some of New
Yeah.
Mexico, some of Arizona, some of Texas. It used to be
It's,
Mexico.
it's not. It's not from me, Cynthia. I got my headphones on. If you're hearing an echo, it's coming from somewhere else. Cause as long as I've been on, almost 2 hours now, you're barely starting to hear the echo. Then it's somebody that came in. It's not me this time.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not hearing nothing. They're hearing an echo.
Cynthia says there's an echo that's happening, and I have my headphones on, so I know it's not me. If it
Oh, it's
had
just
been
not
me, it,
me.
it would have been echoing since we started the program.
Yeah. Well, the picture that I was trying to look for, brothers and sisters, I'll share the story with y'all. It was one evening, as you know, my little dog Brownie. Uh, every time he barked, I mean that somebody's outside because he was that good. His senses were that keen that if he barks, it's because something's outside, an animal or someone. So this day he was barking. I went outside. As soon as I went outside, I forgot to do one thing. I forgot to do the sign of the cross. So as soon as I stepped down the steps, I could feel the presence of something there behind me. So as I walked forward, I could hear somebody say something to me. It's in front of my mobile home. So I walk out outside the gate and I hear somebody say something again. So I turn around, but I heard somebody say something and I took a picture. Well, in that picture, you can see my truck, part of the fence, and by the window, you can see something standing there. And that's a picture I was looking for, which in the picture, what it seemed like to me, what's in the picture is the Hatman. But you could literally hear it say something to me. So I did the sign of the cross and I kept on praying when I started praying around the house and I started snapping pictures. And I think I got two pictures. I got the picture of the Hatman and I got a picture of something that looks like a bruja of some sort. And I need to find those pictures and share them with y'all. But I think I've shared them with before, but I need to find the one of the Hat Man that I wanted to share. But sometimes you can't see it with the naked eye, but you can sense it. Something within your spiritual good discernment is gonna sense it. That day, what sensed it was my hearing and of course, my hairs just stood up. I just couldn't see it visually, but I knew there was something there. But it was more than one thing that was around me,
What's up,
and
hi
that's a
Melanie?
picture that I was trying to find. When I do find it, I might create a short reel and name it the Hat Man. When I do find it, Never's Angel says, "I hear your echo, not Abe." You
She
you
said
want to
it's
back
not.
out and come back in, Primo?
No, she said I got it already. It's not echoing no more.
Oh, okay.
I got a stutter, Smurf. Abria, abria, abria. That's all, Smurfy.
Maybe it was the lechusa.
Yeah, it is midnight.
I don't do it, man. They hear that.
No,
They hear it, man. They'll
I
come.
know they do.
They- They'll
They
come
always
because
do.
they think that they show up. I don't know, man.
They
They
always
show up, no people.
they always show up when you do it, and I don't know for some reason they always go after Cynthia.
I
Madeline
don't
said
know.
no. Madeline
Who's the
said
one that said that
no.
the door a witch? Wasn't it? It was Liz saying she's a
I think it
bruja.
was. Yeah.
So I wonder if different
She
cameras, lens, filters have an effect on how of the DNA you can see. Uh,
Liz said she
ultraviolet
already
rays of
had
the
a
sun.
Liz said she already had a something creepy happen earlier to her tonight. Do tell, Liz. I mean, Madeline. Do tell. What happened? We want to know. Cynthia saying stop. She don't want to hear no lechuza sounds. Madeline says no lechuza sounds. Yeah, I know. I corrected myself, Madeline. Welcome, Stone Hobbit. How are you doing?
Yeah, we went super early, primo. People, the regulars start showing up around this time frame.
Well, it's because Josh just ended his show. Everybody rested and they're coming in now.
No, but we normally go on like around 11, 11:30.
Yeah, yeah.
We've been on for how long now? 2 hours and 22 minutes.
2 hours. Madeline says she was on the phone with Nelly talking about food and she heard a woman whisper, "She's dead," but it wasn't me. Wow, that sounds cool, Madeline. Did you tell
Wow.
her you were a duende?
Tell you we're 20. Emily needs a trick or treat.
Stone Habit
Don't let
said she. Stone
Ronnie
Habit said she
here.
just.
He's gonna say trick.
Stone
Ronnie
Habit
gonna
said she
say
just
trick.
barely got the notification that you were on.
Oh wow. They're trying to what do you call it? Well, censor me, man. Censor the show.
Murphy. she Madeline says she rebuked it in that crap in Jesus' name. She don't play.
Man, but she's out there being security. You're gonna run into things like that during security jobs like that. I know. I used to run into all kinds of things in the army. That phantom, they would tell me, "Hey, there's a phantom in the mortar pool." When you talk about the Hatman, well, yeah, it was something with a cape and everything, man. I'm talking about a shit cape. He was literally dressed all in black, looked like the Hatman. Well, actually, I'm gonna be honest with you, it looked like the Phantom of the Opera or with a hat, full guard in the mortar pool, man, where all the tanks were. You could see it. They would tell me the stories of it. Like, there's nothing out there. You're just trying to scare me. And I could hear it when I would stop walking, I could hear footsteps. So, and then one day I ran into it, but he was on the opposite side of me. So I started running. I could run fast. By the time I run to the other side of the mortar pool where it was standing, it wasn't there no more. It was like, but then there's service up somewhere else. You can see it in the distance. So you run as fast as you could to it. But by the time you get there, it would be gone. They'll call it the Phantom of the Mortar Pool, El Fantasma. It was a dark shadow. It was like in dark shadow form. I would see it all the time. See all kinds of things.
Jaime wants to know why no bad language here.
Was it?
Jaime Alanis.
Why no bad language here? I understand what he's saying.
He's saying, well, why is there no bad language here? We just don't want to get censored, man. Jaime, we
I
don't
mean,
need
I
somebody
think,
to say a curse word and then we get blocked.
yeah. I mean, I've cussed here before and stuff like that, but there's always somebody that try
Take
to
offense
report
to it.
you that you're cussing or something, or then they're gonna try to ban you or block you. So that's why we try to keep it to the minimum, clean in some kind of way. Because before we just didn't care, we'll say whatever, but we've been doing a pretty good job of minimizing the bad language. I mean, when I was in the army, I would cuss a lot. I ain't in the army no more. I mean, there wasn't a bad word that would come out of my mouth. Every sentence was a bad word or bad
I'm
words.
still like that sometimes.
In the army, as I would speak to the soldiers, that's the only language I could understand when you have to get in the arse and cuss at them. You know,
Smurfy, he
It's
wants to
supposed
hear
to-
about
was it
the Smurfy wants to hear about the gang of crippled brujas.
the gang of crippled brujas?
Yeah, the story you tell about the crippled brujas that they came
When I
to
was
your
missing,
house. Yeah,
when they came to my house.
just the way he described it now made me laugh. The gang of crippled brujas. Primo crippled him.
Oh, they exist, man. They come to me all the time. Even when my wife was around, when I go out to the club, they shut us up. They tell me who they are. It's kind of like this, when I talk about that, I uh I have my faith and trust and believers in the Lord Jesus Christ. I say that to y'all because I'm meaning it. Well, in that way, they come to me telling me what they represent, you know. So, it becomes a spiritual battle. It's like it's not up to me what they do. If they want to do something, that's fine. But the only thing they have to know is and understand that I don't accept any negativity. So they try to do something, and the Heavenly Father, my protector, my avenger, was going to go back to them that ways, through Him, seven times fold. But yeah, they surface up. They show to me all the time. Yeah, a lot of censorship, and of course, then you got the trolls that come in here and they just want to get you in trouble.
They just want you
They
to
just want
say
to stop your
something.
show. They want you to stop your show, or they want to interfere what you're doing. I mean, I can understand. Imagine this. I understand there's a buffer line. There's enough food to feed everybody in the buffer line. But when somebody wants to hog up the whole buffer line and they want other people to eat, then that's where the problem comes. I'm the type of person, I'll be the last person to eat. I'll let anybody go eat in front of the buffer line. I don't care. Uh, just like eating at the mess hall, I let all my soldiers eat before I would eat. If there was something there to eat for me at the end, fine. If not, I'll eat something else, a vegetable or a fruit, eat something. there's a lot of people right now, man, that they're greedy. They they. I mean, if they will put out good content or something, that there will be something. But their things that they're doing stinks. It sucks, and they just want to be greedy. So they come in here with the fake profiles, and they're like, "Let's get brother Ape Seals and his primo, his cousin. Let's get him in trouble. Let's report him. Let's see if we can get him to say a bad word, so we can report him to YouTube or to whoever, right? Games, I got time for that. You know, I I, I just try to spend. I do jump on a couple of people's shows, but besides that, I just trying to focus on me. I already going through a lot of things. Fighting spiritually. When I go to sleep, I really don't get that much sleep because I fight spiritually even in my sleep. So when I wake up, I'm still tired. So I have to go back to sleep to try to get some more rest, to let the spirit rest. But then when I go to go sleep, then I'm fighting spiritually in my sleep. The dreams are all crazy, all mixed up. Some of them don't make no sense. So when you wake up from that, it's kind of like being in the dream is like you're being awake. So I wake up tired still. I mean, there's times that when I do the shows here that I'm really, really tired. But luckily today I've gotten enough rest. You know what I mean? Pretty much. It's kind of like your
Right
body's
now,
trying to rest, but your soul is not resting because it's staying busy. So it's basically what I'm saying is the soul that's tired. Even though the body might have gotten some rest, the soul is the one that stays busy. Because I mean, the dream that I had today was just freaking crazy. It's like I'm being
can I,
stuck. Like it looked like an arcade place. It was weird. It was like an arcade place, primo, and there was a female
so
with a dog, and I was trying to be polite. It was me and my bro, and I opened the door for her, and there's like a lot of entrances, a lot of doors with gates, and it's like, man, we was trying to make a way out. It was like a maze. I couldn't find my way out, but finally I was able to find my way out. Then I woke up from my sleep, but I woke up tired. So then I went back to sleep a little bit longer. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna ask you, man. How are you doing with that thing that was grabbing you from behind? You said there
What do you
was
mean?
a shadow. You said there was a shadow being that was attacking you, and that it was attacking you from behind.
Oh, when I was laying down on the bed, it was like behind me here.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm laying with a
Is that
pillow.
is that thing still bothering you?
No, I haven't seen it no more.
I think
I
that
haven't
maybe
seen it no
they,
more.
I think maybe these people that are trolling you and attacking you, they're just doing it because you don't ask for nothing, man. You don't ask for donations. You don't ask for nothing. You just help people, and I think they can't stand the fact that you're doing that just to help people.
Yeah, I do it from the kindness of my heart because that's what I'm supposed to do. I mean, God blessed me to be here with my son when he could have taken me when I was 34 years old, when my son was like 2 or 3. I think I'm see, I was already like 33, 34. But he blessed me, and I've been in my son's life. My son's already 20, just turned 23. So I've been in my son's life for 20, no, 23 years. But I could have been gone a long time ago, and that's why I do the works that I do. People don't understand. They don't understand that I do this works because I feel blessed daily just to wake up because I could have been gone numerous times out of this earth of all my experiences. But the Heavenly Father has blessed me to be here on earth. So all the things that I do is out of love because I know when the Heavenly Father blessed me to come here back to earth is because it was out of love. The love I have for my son, the love I have for the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ. and that's why I do the works that I do. Try to help out as many people as possible. To me, it's not about. I mean, it's not about the money. Yeah, everybody needs a little blessing here or there, but I just continue to do the works. All my life, it's been about just helping out people spiritually. When I was young, all my life, when I was in the army, until to this point that I am who I am right now. So that's what I do the works, and of course, people always try to target because of where I've been. Of course, that's the first thing anybody within the uh whether whether they're in the politics or whatever, they always try to target a veteran because where they've been, right? The first thing they'll say, "Oh, that's a veteran. He's got PTSD. He's crazy. You don't know what he's saying, blah blah blah," and all this stuff. If they only knew that this veteran could lead them to victory, with my experience and my knowledge, I can lead you to victory to overcome the enemy physically or spiritually. I've been fighting spiritually longer than I've been fighting physically. I've been fighting spiritually since I was a kid. So I know about the spiritual balance. I know how to fight the spiritual balance. And that's what I bring to the table. And I believe that's what a lot of people are afraid of what I bring to the table, that I'm speaking in truth. And some people can't handle the truth because it goes against what they're believing in, or should I say, what they're being bonded by. So some people can't handle the truth. Like I said, I've been fighting since I was 3 years old. People try to come after me. They were coming after me. I had holy people or people that were good that was protecting me. For example, the curandera. They knew that that in my future I was going to be someone that it was going to be used for good. So when those it was six, like 12, it was 12 of them, the six lechuzas on the tree, which was witches in the form of lechuzas, and the six witches were coming for me, trying to take me. The one that protected me from them going into the her hut to get me was the medicine woman. She was blocking the door, and they said they were coming in, and that's when I stood up by her, and they're looking at me, and the lechuzas on the tree, they go, making all those weird noises and the whistle sound, like they got all excited when they see me, and they're like, "We'll work a deal with you. So you give them to us, and we won't do nothing to you." And she said, "No, I'm not." She said, "No." And then I grabbed her from the leg, and I looked at the witches at the age of 3. I said, "I'm not afraid." I said, "Not afraid." I said, "Not afraid, not afraid of you." So I could feel the presence of the heavenly angels around me. We fought all night. I stood right beside her. She wanted me to go to the room and stay in the room. No, I fought right there beside you, right there beside her, side by side. There's when you go through those experiences, and people don't understand because they're too stupid, because they think I do this because of a podcast or anything. No, I'm doing it because I truly am a spiritual warrior of God, and I've been fighting spiritually all my life. I'm trying to make a difference in a positive way. And if people are too dumb to realize of who I am or what I've been through, then that's on them. You know, that's on them. No, I can only help those that want help. No difference than the Heavenly Father. He can only enter a vessel that has a relationship with him, that opens up to him through prayer. He can only help those that truly want the help. For those that don't believe in Jesus Christ, how do you expect them to show you something if you're not giving them the time of day through prayer or anything, or communicate with them to be able to help you spiritually? You know, you want to blame all of that, but you don't want to open up to him. So how is he ever going to show you something if you don't really want to believe? And then that's what the people dislike about Abe see us or Abe see us, Soren see us, brother see us, because I speak the truth. That's that's why, you know, all my life it's been that way. It doesn't even have to be with the people. I've been doing this only for a couple of years, but I've been fighting spiritually all my life. Cousin just here, if no, if somebody knows that I'm speaking the truth, it's him because he remembers
I
how it
was
was
there. I was
when
there.
I was a teenager. I would really wouldn't say nothing because I was always sensing and fighting spiritually. When everybody was having a good time, and I was just always looking around, paying attention because I knew it was more than just having a good time. Because there's other forces that are always working 24 hours. That's why I really wouldn't try to get drunk or do a lot of things that a lot of people were doing because,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was doing a
we're
lot.
being targeted. Tell them, cousin, tell them about the things that were happening on top of the roof when they were laying on there and they start running on top of the roof.
They would run. You could hear the footsteps on the roof, and then you'd hear them land on the floor, and then you'd be banging under the floor. Then there'd be you see something in the back room that would like disappear. Things in the window, things in the shower, outside the shower, looking in through the window, doing
Those
stuff in the backyard, uh,
soul reapers,
lechugas
soul
in the
collectors, or
trees.
whatever you want to call them, to be out there in the black, looking through the window, or you're taking a shower, the little bathroom window. They're looking at you. Then they go into the darkness. All kinds of activity. So my life has not been an ordinary life.
I
Because I've
think there's
been
something. I think there's
fighting
something wrong with
spiritually
my
all my
phone,
life.
man. I think there's something wrong with my phone. It kicked me out again. This time the phone turned off completely.
Oh wow.
It's got a 64% charge on it, man. So it shouldn't be doing that. And luckily, I got a backup on my tablet, so I came back in the tablet.
And,
No,
and
no echoes or nothing coming in.
uh, I don't know. No, I don't hear no echoes. I don't know about the viewers because I don't have a headset on. But yeah, that's how it is. It's like if people think that the only reason I do this, what I'm doing, is because I started it off on Facebook, Positive Spiritualist. I was doing works on light workers of the world, light worker life feeds, and then I created spiritual encrypted encounters. But if they think that I'm trying to compete with them or that I'm trying to gain some kind of money or something, no, it's never been that about me. Never. I just do it to try to help out people spiritually. I figure if I can put it out there, somebody's going through something that they want help, then I'm here to help them. I'll extend that help to them to help them go through what they're going through. And y'all seen whoever's been on the show, I've been helping out people through prayer because I said they're going through things, and I'm truly praying for them with true faith and belief, so positive things could happen in their life.
Yeah, we had some crap happen at that house, man. There ain't no joke. There was always something to make you like wonder what the hell's going on. If it wasn't inside the house, it was outside the house, on top of the house, under the house.
All
There was
over,
always something
all
going
over,
on.
underneath, on top, on the sides, the front
Inside,
yard, and the backyard. It was activity, and this location was a small location. It wasn't even that big of a house. It was hot and heavy, man. It's kind of like it had targets on it where things would come. So I don't know what was up with that house, but something definitely wrong there.
Yeah, I thought I'm thinking that there was probably a portal there, man.
Yeah, I know. Brother Josh Turner offered to help me to so he can set it up so I can start, getting things happen to the show. No, I haven't done that. I really don't want to mess with it, but I don't know. But it has never been that about all of the works that I've done. I've never asked anybody for a single penny. Something people bless me, but I never asked nothing for anybody. Uh, it wasn't never about asking anybody. If somebody will give me something from the kindness of the heart, that's on them. And that's when I was growing up. Certain people that knew what we're going through, like, hey, mijo, mira, te traímos un costal de papas, or people wouldn't want to associate with us because they seen us like we were marked or we were hexed. So people were afraid to even give us anything because they didn't want la maldad go to them. So we struggled some, but hey, we made it.
I tell people too, man. It was a house of nothing but teenagers. All the chores got done. We ate every day. Anything broke in the house, we fixed, and we never missed a day of school. All that with no parenting. Those were the happiest
It
days
was
of my life, even though I was scared shitless every day. Those were the happiest days of my life, man. I didn't have no
safe
parental
haven, man.
supervision.
Safe haven.
Hmm.
Luckily, there's people that try to come and target us, physically, but we stood our ground against those individuals. They were getting paid to come up against us, but they ceased
They
fire.
under they underestimated the fact, man, that we would fight back. The formation of the mighty DLF gang. Oh, you remember we used to walk down the street and we take up the whole damn street across like that. Those were the times, cousin. We were giants walking in the land of little men. Uh, it wasn't like that where we lived, Smurfy. Cousin Abe went out and earned the bread, and everybody else did what they had to do with the house to make keep the house in line. We all helped out. Remember being with 17 and out there working with power tools,
That was a
fixing
long time
plumbing,
ago, man.
fixing plumbing and whatnot, man. Sheetrock, everything. Oh, we didn't have peace in the home at night, Smurfy, but during the day we were all right.
The
It
nighttime
just
activity will pick up.
Yeah, it would get real bad at night, man. You slept, you tucked the cover in under your legs and covered your head so nothing you could see nothing. You wouldn't have want to see nothing. You kick the blankets under your legs so that nothing would get under your blanket, man. Yes,
We were trying las brujas and brujos and everything that was sent our way. Was fighting a lot of principalities, but we stood strong against them.
Well, in bird form, I'm pretty sure they can do whatever they want, Jaime. They're like lechuzas. The only way they can get around is to fly.
It's more of a levitation. They're the levitate, but it's what's levitate them is actually the unseen forces that are around the spirits of the DDN are pretty tall, so they get levitated on top of the house. They can even disappear in thin air. But those are the ones that their soul is sold already. They have to deal with I guess the demon agents,
Oh,
not
Smurfy,
even soul reapers or collectors that come from.
they had a pickup that was parked there in front of, in the front yard, and I asked what was wrong. They said it would only go in reverse, and I was like 17, man. I got up under the truck and looked around, and I said, "Hey, bring me a nail." They brought me a nail. I fixed it, and I taught them how to drive it. Three in a tree. They would take that truck everywhere. He didn't go mudding in it.
Yep.
It had its ups and downs, Jaime. I'm not saying that it wasn't something that didn't have any trauma, but we got through it together, man. We were strong. Together we were strong. More like go go gadget wings, Smurfy.
Yeah, I faced many brujas. I guess I faced the one in charge of all that area when I wasn't even in the area anymore. I was over here in living in Fort Hood. In Kalina, I was in the army. I was already out of the army. Uh and I faced the head witch of that area, of all that area. She was trying to do a hex on me through a picture of mine. And I prayed, die about it, rebuke her in Jesus Christ's name as she was doing the hex because I seen her. I seen who she was. And that evening or that night, I get a phone call early in the morning. It's my aunt that works in the emergency room in the hospital. And she said, I got something to tell you. And I said, I already know. And she's like, what do you know? And I said that I said the lady's name, Natalia, is not here no more because she tried to do something bad to me. And then she's like, how do you know this? You don't even work here in the hospital. I have this information. How do you know this? Jesus Christ shows me my enemies. And I'm more than sure cousin Jessica will ask her this. She'll tell her that I'm speaking the truth.
Cynthia, yes. Abe always handled the spiritual stuff. Me, I always like to handle the physical. I was body back then. Lauren
Yeah, I was
said,
always fighting, doing what I always do, fighting
Lauren,
spiritually, like I said all my life since I was a kid. When
Lauren
things were
said,
happening, my mom be in the house, I'll go outside and fight against them spiritually.
Lauren said he seen a video of a bruja that fell out of the sky. Supposedly, she had crazy long hands and fingers. She had that black goo all over her too. I haven't seen that video, Lawrence.
No, I haven't seen it either.
All I've told you, Cynthia, is the truth because I was there to witness it. Everything I've said about Abe is true and factual. Everything, everything I witnessed is what I've told you. There's no lies.
Yeah. Some people don't understand because they haven't been through it. So, of course, they hear somebody like me coming out all of a sudden on a podcast talking about, I think what I witnessed in the woods wasn't dogman that there were demons is because I know what I'm speaking about. 'cause I've been fighting spiritually all my life. So and people will probably be like, "Oh, this guy's making this up or whatever." Hey, you're more than welcome to go to Elm's Grove and check it out for yourself. Don't go during the day. Go at nighttime, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And then come talk to me. See if you're gonna be speaking the same tune to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't want to set you up for failure because I'm a good guy. So I would suggest don't go during the night. Go during the day. Because you go at nighttime, that's when all the activity picks up there and you could be in danger, especially if you have a spiritual opening. And I'm being honest. Zipper says the wind is howling.
Careful. Careful with that wind howling.
Yeah, all the stories that I've ever said here is they're 100% legit true. I'll even put a lie detector test on, so you could say that my stories are genuine. Yeah, and I can take you to location so you can witness it for yourself. I'm always sure there's still activity there at that house where I used to live.
Ah, Smurfy, siempre andas metiendo el palo, güey. Exuberance, does it have like Abigail? Woo!
The hell, gross, Murphy.
¿Cómo te gusta, Smurfy? ¿Cómo te gusta el sabor y el olor a mierda?
It's like everybody that spend the night at the house where I grew up in, caused activity things happen to them. To your Burrow, Gilbert, to I think even Mario,
Mario too.
anybody that spend the night at my house witnessed some supernatural activity.
My sister only spent the night at your house once and never came back. My sister Susie. Not me, man. I didn't want to leave, but I had to. Didn't want to leave, but my mama made me. Estuvo suave. You need to come home. But I love it here. I know why you love it here because you don't have nobody telling you what to do. I need some help in my yard, so come home. No!
She needed money. He
Yeah,
put
well,
you to work in the cotton gin. Right after
Primo,
that, no.
yeah, Primo, how the hell I'm gonna be making over $1,000 and she give me $50? What happened to the rest of the money? We were getting that a week, 1,000 a week, man. And she was getting money from me, Joe, and Mario.
I remember she came bragging about it at the house. Uh, well, no, not bragging. Who's she? She was talking to somebody that y'all were making good money out there.
Yeah, well, she put her asses to work. I didn't want them there at the house. I heard what she was saying. They had to go become men. But she's like, I'm taking this money to buy your school supplies. Come on, man. We made a lot of money and she'd buy like maybe $30, $40 worth of stuff, man. I tell her what the clothes I wanted, she'd buy me clothes from the Goodwill, dude. I wanted brand new stuff. So yeah, I don't know what she did with all that money. Oh no, Smurfy, I'm not ashamed to tell you this, Smurfy. Our weekly allowance, she'd give us each a $10 food stamp and say, ya váyanse. See how Abe is laughing? Because he knows it's true. She'd give us a $10 food stamp a piece and say, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you all day. We'd send our little brother Mario to that meat market across the street from the Galaxy so he could change. He'd get that big penny candy with the food stamps and bring change so we could play video games.
Yeah, at least she gave y'all something.
Yeah.
But she would cook for y'all, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
3 meals a day.
No,
Do your laundry.
2 meals a day because we would leave for town, so we'd eat breakfast and then we wouldn't eat nothing else till like 2 in the morning when we could
I
get
used to
home all.
hang around at the Galaxy, no primo.
Yep, be at the Galaxy every day. But yeah,
Cute too.
we wouldn't eat nothing till we get home about 1 or 2 in the morning. We'd be in there cooking eggs. She'd be yelling from her room, "I better not find no dirty dishes." I love my
So
mama,
we
man,
should.
but I love my mama, man, but she was tough, man.
Murphy.
Oh no, Smurfy, we had it easy. There was a store across the street where Olga used to have the store. If we needed anything, I remember even as a kid, we would when my mom would send us, we would just go and sign her name, and that was it. She had credit there. Remember back in the day, Primo, when you were a little kid, you can go get cigarettes for your grandpa or your grandma.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just take a note and say, "Hey, my grandma wants some
Beer.
cigarettes, beer,
Yeah,
all that
beer
stuff,
or
man."
yeah.
Oh no, Smurfy, we know better than to leave dirty dishes in the sink when we came home all messed up like that, man. It was a can of worms that we did not want to open, man. My mom didn't play, dude. She did not play. But yeah, man. It knows, man. Our moms did not play. Our moms did not play at all. What they said, if it wasn't done when they said it, that was an ass whooping.
Yep.
You either get the broom or you get the palote, one of the two. But you get one. Anyway, back on topic, Primo. Sorry that I went off
That's right.
topic.
We just reminiscing, man.
3 hours and 3 minutes, cousin.
So reapers and so collectors.
No, no, man. I think the lighting on this tablet looks better than on my phone.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what happened to my phone.
It's probably need to charge it up.
No, Jaime. I've always liked to wash my own clothes, even as a teenager, man. I don't like nobody washing my clothes. I've always done it myself. To this day, even when I was married, I wouldn't let her touch my clothes. Paul Moss, ha! We got Lucky Stripes, brother. That's all we got was Lucky Strikes. Anyone knows when we were teenagers, we already smoked cigarettes, man. We smoked with cigarettes. Drank beer. Now that we're old enough to do it, we don't do it because we're burned out.
Uh, quart of Budweiser was $1.25,
Hmm.
if I
And if
remember correctly.
and if you got the Milwaukee's
How
Best, it
much?
was like 89 cents for a quart of Milwaukee's Best.
Oh wow, that was cheap.
Yeah, that's why that dude Isaac used to drink. That's how he drank. El compadre
Who
de
was
Olga
this?
Contreras. El compadre de Olga Contreras, Isaac. That's how he drank was Milwaukee's Best. The worst tasting beer I ever tasted, man.
They had one of those nasty tastes. Then they had the Schaefer beer. That was cheap too, no?
What do you mean,
I think it was,
Xavier? What do you mean you thought I swapped lights out at first? I don't understand.
oh, because when you change your from your phone to the pad,
Oh yeah, no man, the camera is better on my tablet.
so I got a question. What do you think a bruja is thinking when the demon agent comes for their soul? It comes for them.
Well, what I think they're thinking is that they start to panic because they're not ready to go when they want more time. And I don't know why they would want more time. If you made a contract and signed in blood, you should just live up to your what you signed to. Thank you, Cynthia. But yeah, they always want more time because there's never enough time when you've sold your soul and you know you're doomed. Yes, Lawrence, I used to love Schlitz Malt Liquor Bowl.
Malt liquor.
I also drank a lot of MD 2020. Call it wino juice.
About Thunderbird, primo.
Love Thunderbird, man. You know we drank all that crap because it was cheap. I didn't even a couple of bucks to buy it. I told Lawrence that I drank Schlitz Malt Liquor Bowl. He put throw up faces. Good night, PG63. Lord bless you.
That's all dormir.
Yeah. Yeah, Mickey's was good, man. I never really tried OE, but I could get like two or three of those Mickey's down, man. Yeah, the 40 ounces. I liked Cisco for a while, man, but I got tired of it. Well, it's not that they're strong, but you can't be stronger than the entity that gives you the power that you have. Walks with Bear. There, when it comes to like witchcraft and something stuff like that, there's always somebody more powerful than you because there's levels to it. The Steel Reserve is all right, Lawrence. The Steel Reserve, the pineapple one, that's pretty good, man. I did like the malt duck also. I never tried any German beer. I thought I was gonna try some Lowenbrau once, but I talked myself out of it and got some Heineken instead. And then I
German
went
beer is
on,
good.
huh?
German beer is good.
Yeah, well, like I said, I was gonna try Lowenbrau, but decided for a Heineken instead. And then I got hooked on Heinekens for about like a year. That's all I would drink was Heinekens. I'd be like, "Can I have a Heine?" I don't know what the hell's going on outside. Dogs are barking. The only thing I don't like about my barrio, primo, the north side is like the west side. Everybody and their mom's got a damn dog in their yard.
Damn.
So, ladies and gentlemen, do we have any questions on any of the subjects that we spoke of? about in here? Does anybody want to come on the live? Wow, nobody's moving. Oh, that's why. Real MMA. I drank some no 3 quarts of Cisco, and then I climbed the tree all the way to the top and fell the hell off. I tried to act tough and pour Cisco on the scratches, and then I regretted it because I couldn't even wash it out anymore. Oh wow, you got the keg. You my kind of person, Lawrence. We gotta make them kegs float. Welcome, Black House 789. How you doing? What was the thorn in Paul's side? You think, cousin?
What's up, primo?
He's asking. Black House is asking what was the thorn in Paul's side.
The thorn on the wait, let me get El
His name is
Apostle.
the. I'm thinking the apostle. Yeah, Paul.
Wasn't he the one that who's the one that Jesus told not to go to that land because he wasn't ready for it and he still went and he became possessed.
I'm not sure it was Paul that was Saul or Paul, the original Paul.
I'm trying to catch up to the comments right now, primo.
No, you still gotta go sub some more. Right now, the top comment is Black House saying, yeah. There's
Did
a
he say
question
which
up
Paul
there.
is he talking about?
He didn't say. He says, AKA Saul, the one that used to persecute the Christians. Saul that was later named Paul.
Somebody saying it was pain. It's a kind of body pain. Body pain, kind of like what do you call it? Where it's like a form of a not a form of possession, but it's called something where to feel the pain of somebody. You know how Jesus got speared on the side.
Hmm.
So what is that called? Is a certain term that people supposedly feel the pain and suffering of Jesus Christ.
No, he's from the
This term that
UK, Brixton. I can't remember what that word is.
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think the word starts with an S, I believe, but I can't. It's not a tick. Yeah, stigmata, exuberance. Might be
Stigmata. There
stigmata.
you go. Things like that would happen to me when I was a kid, like stigmata, where I would have a pain on my like there on the side, and I would get hunched over. They would take me to the to the nurse, and they were trying to figure out what was going on with me. I was certain pains in certain parts of my body. When I was a kid in that area where it was real, real, real nasty pain, man. The first I said, well, maybe something wrong with his bladder. I mean, his what do you call it, gallbladder. I would just get hunched over, man. I couldn't get up. I'd be like, oh, messed up. Yeah, a form of stigmata. Yes, things like that would happen to me when I was a kid. Feel pain. But yes, yes, that's what I'm trying to say. I was trying to give an answer uh
Black House.
what was the name? One that asked the question.
Black
Black
House.
House. Yeah, a form of stigmata where people, certain people, because if you're blessed, sometimes you're feeling the spirit. So you're feeling the spirit. Sometimes you can feel certain events that might have happened to that spirit, pain, or maybe you see something where how they passed away or whatever. But since you're close to the Heavenly Father and stuff, and it's real close to you. Sometimes you feel certain things so that's happened in the past, like a form of stigmata, in which when the people see you from the church, then they freak out. They think that you're being demonized or the spirits are trying to attack you. Things like that would happen to me all the time in church. Passed out a couple of times in church where I did see a dark shadow figure trying to come me from behind a tree. I wouldn't go to it, because I hit the back of my head. They took me out of the church. When I woke up, they had me up in the air. They put some anointing olive oil on my forehead and holy water. I still couldn't breathe right, and told me to stand outside the church. This when I seen this dark shadow figure calling me from behind the tree, yelling. He was, "Hey, 100." It was like 100. I'll say like 100 feet away from me by the parasol. Then he started walking, came walking down the sidewalk, and he stood right there by the edge of the church. He's looking at me. I'm looking at it. It's not a person. It's literally a dark shadow looking at me. I'm looking at it. I look at my mom because I could see my mom and my brothers and sisters on the bleachers. I mean, yeah, on the where you're sitting on the bench. And he tells me, don't believe what the man is saying. And he said, don't believe what's up on the wall. Then he told me that it was my friend. And he told me believe in me. And I said I believe in Jesus Christ. When I said I believe in Jesus Christ, my mom, ¿con qué estás hablando? You know how my mom was. ¿Con qué estás hablando? She's right there. She see me talking to somebody, right? And I said I pointed like this, but it wasn't there no more. But she was able to see the dark shadow go behind the tree. And my mom yells, "Hey, why are you why are you talking to my son?" She grabs me from the hand and we walked that ways, and she's like, "I know you're behind that tree." So she told me, "Stay right here." She went around the tree and she said, "I got you." But there was nobody behind the tree. So then I went to my mom. She grabbed me. We went all the way around the parish hall. Was looking in the trash cans behind the AC unit. We went all the way around the quad, the big block, the big block from the church to San Francisco. Didn't see nobody. So we went back to the location where I was standing, and she said, "Ay Maria Purísima, Holy Mary, Mother of God," because then she knew that it was something evil. But yes,
Yes, exuberance. It went into the tree.
It went to the tree exuberance. I believe the tree is like a portal for it, not a portal into space, because a tree is a living thing. So when they go into a tree, it's in the form of a possession. They possess a tree. It's like when they possess an individual. They can possess a tree, anything that's living, an animal, a person. So when they enter it, they're literally possessing the tree, taking the tree hostage. You'll know if I knew and I was just a kid, uh, what was good, what it was evil. I mean, it literally was just trying to get me to go with it. That dark shadow figure, whatever it was, or Soul Reaper, demon, uh, was trying to get me to go with it. He told me he wanted to take me to show me where he lived, that he was my friend. And I knew there's no way he could be my friend. And one day, first time meeting me, then I knew he wasn't my friend because he didn't even have a form of a human, didn't even look like a human. It was a dark shadow. So I definitely wasn't going to go with it. Yeah, my mother witnessed it too. She got to see it go behind the tree. No, and this is what happens sometimes with people when you say a story of what your experience and you've been through. They're like, he's probably lying or whatever. But when you have witnesses that witnessed it too, just my mother in here to share the story, I'm more sure she would be alive. She would say, "Yeah, I remember that day." She'll say it for what she's seen or out of what what she did. You know, she would share it. But sometimes we're not supposed to speak too much about the balance and that nature because the people get scared or give other things power because they think it's something powerful, but not really. It's just trying to see people, this shadow figures, what people call, some people call them, they call them, their friends, right? That they call them that they're friends or they have certain names or terms for them. No, they're just trying to lure you in, trying to deceive you. Once they lure you in, then they got you where they want you. Oh yeah. If they can possess a tree, then boom, they can travel through the tree anywhere in the tree, any branch, come out on top of the tree, side of the tree, be in the tree, peek out, go back in the tree, because there are in spirit form. Flesh beings can't do that. That's why I always say I always put the cryptic community to a spiritual blast. I say that a lot of things dealing with Bigfoot or any of those cryptids speak about is bullshit. I mean, being honest here, because how many stories have you heard where the Bigfoot goes into a tree or the Dogman goes into a tree and they disappear? The only thing that can do that is something demonic in nature. Just like that shadow figure that I told you that went into the tree. So what was it trying to do? Was it trying to take me to its realm, to its dimension, where it comes from, by friending me, by me getting to believe in it, thinking that it was my friend? That's what it was trying to do, right? Trick me. How many children you think that these beings have deceived throughout the years,
They're pretty
pretending
good at
that
it.
they're with friends?
Pretty good at it. They've had a lot of practice.
I'm just saying what there are, and if I find anybody from what they believe in, well, I've been doing this works for a very long time too. I've been fine spiritually. I'm 55. I've been doing this since I was 3 years old. So for 53 years, I've been fighting the spiritual battle, been spiritually gifted for a lot of years since I was a kid. So I know what's within the balance, and I know what's this people claim to be Bigfoots are not Bigfoots. They're this shadow figures, demons, whatever, Didians, whatever you want to call them. That's what they are. When they go into the trees, they can go straight to where they come from.
Portal.
They use Mother Nature itself to manifest. They can manifest to look like leaves. They can take a form of a manifestation through leaves, twigs, rocks, mud, anything you could think of within Mother Nature. Bones from animals. You can use whatever to manifest into any shape, any form. That's what they do. They can manifest to look like somebody that you know, calling your name, mimic, and to try to lead you to where they're at. But yeah, they're out there, man. Yeah, from hell, from below us. That's what hell is below us. And there's some other places that's it's not just below us. There's certain voids that are in the skies too, where they come from. You've seen the video where I got the one that's looks like a portal. So they come from below us and from above us, uh, from the from space itself. They can open a rip in time, like right here, anywhere around us. They can use it to come up against us. That's why we have to be spiritual ready at all times to be able to fight spiritually. That's true, Watkins Bear. And I believe when people ask me what do you think happened to the missing children, the 401 cases, exactly what tried to happen to me happened to them. They got lured by these shadow beings that they thought that they were friends or that they were friends, they got taken. So, eventually, uh, the Heavenly Father will have to go back how he did in the past, go and collect his people, the people that got deceived, right? Tricked. Oh yeah, you always have to be spiritual ready at all times. Even when I go out dancing, I'm spiritual ready and I always run into things. It's kind of like things of the balance. Like just because I go to a dance, don't mean that I have a spiritual opening because I think I'm drinking. So they come at me, las brujas. But then when they see that I'm just drinking water, they're like, "Oh shit, we can't do nothing to this guy. He's not even drinking beer." So they stay away from me. They back away and leave me alone because I'm not leaving a spiritual open. I'm ready to fight spiritually at all times. One of them mentioned my son's name. She said, "How's your son?" I looked at her and I said, "My son is doing just fine." Because her legs were hurting, you know. She couldn't walk. When she told me that is because you know how I always tell you that normally if somebody's trying to do something against you spiritually, that if they fail, it's going to go back to them, right? And within 7 to 8 days, the enemy will show itself to you. They're normally going to ask you a certain question. The certain question that might ask you when they ask you the question is because they're the ones that try to do something to you. So when they ask me, "How is your son doing?" That's telling me they try to do something. When I say my son is doing fine and they're not doing too well, they the Heavenly Father is the one that takes care of our enemies. We don't have to do anything. He's our protector and avenger. And I wouldn't even understand why they would try to come after my son if my son is being protected because I pray for my son daily, you know. So yeah, she couldn't walk. She could barely walk. I have nothing against nobody, it's just some of these people they follow suit because it was shown to them by their family members, their mothers, their great great grandmothers, grandmothers, great grandmothers. So they follow suit because they don't know nothing else better to do. We had my Lola, right? Our great great grandmother, and she knew that I was I was strong, that I was gonna be. She would tell me, in front of my mother, and she would tell my mother, "Leave him alone. He's blessed." My Lola,
She was over 100 years old, man.
she passed away, no primo.
Yeah, she was over 100. I think she was like 107 when she passed. Well, that's very interesting, Jaime Alanis. Your brother was riding. Your cousin was on the road to Cali. Desert pulls over midday. A portal opens up in the sky. Every car pulls over in a line of cars side of the road. Wow. What came through? If it opened, something had to come through. It don't open for nothing.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I can go have a good time, but I always run into them. They always come to me. They know who I am. Um, they know. But I don't know why they still continue to come after me. They've been unsuccessful all these years. But that's part of the spiritual balance. Becomes spiritual warfare. Eventually, they'll learn their lesson, right?
Eventually,
And they'll be like, "Hey, let's not mess with this guy anymore. Look how many
once they
people we've lost."
once they once they lose a leg or an arm, and that's why they call it the crippled lechuzas. I'm sorry, man. It makes me laugh, man. He called him the gang of crippled lechuzas. Hey, quit abusing the lechuzas, man.
I mean, if you think about it, it's just a simple fix. Maintain your heavenly love foundation, and forgive. When you forgive, that's part of love, and just leave it up to the heavenly Father because all the work you do is through Jesus Christ. So if somebody's coming up against you spiritually, he's our protector and he's our avenger, so they have to deal with him. So all you have to do is maintain your heavenly love foundation, right? I know it's harder said than done in this world, but you can do it.
I don't know. It's really hard for me, man, because like I've always been more of a hands-on type of guy, man. I'm
I
trying to
know.
learn every day to fight spiritually, man. Because
If you could be hands on, then you could do the same thing spiritually. Primo. you have the strong will to be able to do that. You know, you can do it,
Yeah,
and
little
you'll
by
see the
little, I'm doing
difference.
it.
You- You'll see the difference. You'll see the difference when you do that. That when somebody comes up against you, they're going to be unsuccessful because when you place everything upon Jesus Christ, He's the one that takes care. He's our protector and avenger. So they have to deal with Him. I guess you could say they will learn the hard way.
It is 3 hours and 36 minutes, cousin.
Damn, we've been going hot. We'll stop at two if you want to, primo.
To-
Well, I
Well,
mean,
let's at least make 4 hours, man. That way we could say I can say I made at least this month I made a 4 hour long live because I've been cutting out early this past couple of weeks, man. Just tired, cousin. Remember the other day I was stopped at a red light and fell asleep. Everybody was honking at me.
I think what upsets them is that I always dress. I always wear black when I go to the dances. I like wearing black shirts. I've always worn black all my life. Literally, kind of black is my favorite color. So I like wearing black shirt with black pants with my black boots to match. And my wife dresses with the black also. That's what one of the favorite colors we like to wear when we go dancing. So I guess they mistake me for one of them or something. I'm not trying to be one of them. I'm just black is a good color for me. Makes me look slimmer.
Mira, primo, me
You
están
know,
amenazando.
that
Me
look for
están
Jesse.
amenazando.
If he doesn't listen to you, Abe, there you go, primo.
Me están amenazando, primo.
Yeah, just know this, brother. Says no matter what manifestation something takes, or if somebody's coming at you in a threatful manner because they say they represent a certain area and their affiliates or they're around them, they're like 10 strong. They're just people. When you have Jesus Christ with you, you don't have to worry about 10, 12, 20, 30, 40, 100, 200, 1,000, 1,000,000 people that are evil because you got Jesus Christ with you. So you can overcome the numbers through Jesus Christ.
You're welcome, Black House. Si te debo una hora,
You know, yeah,
apúntamela en el hielo.
one day I'll record, brother and sisters, when I go out next time, so you can see what I'm talking about. Because they'll
I've been
always
doing
say
it.
something to me. They'll always say something to me.
I've been trying to do the math, primo. You to get to where you live from where I live is like maybe 3.5 hours, maybe 4, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So I would have to leave here somewhere around 6:30 in the morning to make it to your house by 9 or 10. We could go do the investigation and then come back over here to make it home by 6. Because once it gets dark, I won't be able to see on the road.
Yeah, ju- hi, Melanie said, just kidding.
Joe wants to join. Cynthia?
I don't see him. Do you see him? I don't see him.
I can't see him. I don't have that kind of control over here.
Yeah, I don't see him here, Sister Cynthia. Uh, Joel. Whatever happened to the other guy,
What other guy?
the succubus guy? Not succubus. The other one, the one that was
Rubbing it out?
from from Kentucky, wherever he was from.
Josh? The other Josh?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if he's okay, man.
Yeah, the next time we see him, one of his arms going to be bigger than the other.
Yeah, I
uh,
don't see Sister Cynthia. I don't see Joel here.
she says he's
I don't
here.
see where. I don't see him in the lobby. Tell him I'll place a link here. See if he sees it. See if he can join.
I joined twice, man, on the first link you sent me at the beginning of the show. Actually, yeah, 3 times. Twice on the phone and once here.
There you go. There
Where's
he
the
is right
link?
there. There's a link, Joel. If you see it, because I don't see you. I don't see him.
And it says he's here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him on the chat. Yeah, he's struggling all right. Okay, there he is. How you doing, brother? Oh, we
Oh, you
lost
got
him.
kicked out. Don't be scared, brother. Come on in.
I placed the link again.
Here you go, Joel.
Can you hear me, mate?
How you doing?
How you doing, brother?
Can you hear me?
How you doing?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
How you doing?
Can you hear me, mate?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's a bit. I don't know what's happening, but it was. How's everybody else doing anyway?
Yeah, that was
He was stuck
crazy.
in a loop. He was stuck in a loop. It sounded like I wasn't even talking.
Yeah, like he was talking from a different time like in a yeah. I don't know. It was weird.
And the one more link.
I think it's his connection, man. The Wi-Fi. He was talking from a different hello time like in a yeah. I don't know. It was weird. Hello, mate.
And the one more link.
I think it's his connection, man. The Wi-Fi. Yeah. I can try to send you another link, man.
Is it working now?
Hello, time.
Can you hear me, everybody?
Yeah, we
Can
can
you
hear
hear me,
you.
mate?
Yes,
Can you hear me? I'm
we
having,
can hear you.
I'm having trouble with my internet.
Yeah.
I wasn't even talking and I could hear my voice.
You're gonna hear him, Primo?
I could hear him, but I wasn't talking and I could hear my voice.
Well, let me see. I can send him another link. Okay, I sent him another link. I'll send you a link through Messenger. But yeah, I think it's just wherever he's at, he's got a bad connection. I think he might be out there camping. I hope the second bus don't get a hold of him out there, or the other one in the woods. Okay, there he is. Hello? Hope the Can you hear me, mate? Don't get a hold of him out there, or the other one in the woods. Yeah, it might be the connection.
Is that any better?
Hello? Hope
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think I'm having internet problems.
Okay, brother.
What I've done is I've switched from my mobile data to my Wi-Fi on broadband and that. So I don't know if that's any better for you. It seems to be working anyway up to press. So how's everybody doing? How are you, Abe? How are you, Jesse? How is everyone?
I'm fine. How you
Doing good,
doing?
brother.
I've been better, but I'll admit I'm a bit worse for weather at the moment. I've probably outdone myself. I've got doctors tomorrow. Well, in fact, tomorrow, today actually. I'm getting all confused with times and that. Clocks have just gone back into UK. What we have to do is we end at month or last weekend at month, we put clocks back. It's to do with. I don't know why they still do it because the farm on a night anyway, and that we all new technology, the cut crops and things with combines and things like that on a night time because they're all laser guided. They've got all big lights on them and that, but they still keep up tradition where end of October, the last weekend coming up into end of October is where we put clocks back an hour, so it gives you an hour's daylight more in the morning. But it gets, like like in December, it'll be dark at 3 o'clock and that. And it's dark in the morning and it's dark on, when kids come home from school. So, but that's just UK for you. But yeah, I wanted to, I've been, you know what I'm like and that. I'm a very curious person. And I like camping out, fishing, doing a lot of things and all that. And I went out yesterday for a walk with Franco, my dog, and it was weird and that. I'm going through. I went to a different location to where I've been going, but I'm going to come back to that bit about that location because that's something else I want to put across to you. But I'm going to talk about this what I experienced yesterday. There were two young teenage girls in thicket woods and that. I don't know how I was drawn that way or something and bumped into them. But I did some videos. I interviewed them and that, and I asked, what you doing in woods here? I'd say what I don't know, maybe 14, 15 years old, 2 young girls on their own in the middle of the woods. And I says, you know, you're all right, you know, what you doing, like, you know what I mean? I got talking to him, and she says they're into paranormal stuff and things like that. So, which is, you know, fair play. It explains what they were up to, why they were in the woods. And she was on about the keep getting hearing. It were one evening time, and there were a few more of the friends that were all down there, you know, having a whatever they were doing or whatever, kids and that. And they said they were hearing this knocking sound on trees and that, and it freaked them out. It wasn't dark, but it was, you know, like coming up what we call I call it twilight zone. So it's like dusk in it, you know, sun setting and that. And she says his face manifested up out at bushes, and it smiled at him and that. It scared him to death. And so I says, "Well, do you want to? Can you show me where it was? You know, do you mind if I do a little interview? I've tried sending you a, but I don't know if it's worked or not. But I've sent you some videos on Messenger about it and that, and I sent them to Paul Sinclair as well. Because I just found it, you know, how can I put it? It bamboozling, if you know what I mean. It's like, what? You know what I mean? And cause I says, well, can you describe how it looked and that, you know what I mean? She says it was like a black face that come out of bushes, and it had a big mouth. She says, like a clown, but not like a clown. And I'm going, yeah, right, yeah. But it got jagged teeth and that. I says, what, its eyes glowing and that? She says, yeah, they were red. So I've been thinking about it all, spinning around my head now. And then when you were on about it the other day, and that, is it a gin? What do you think on it?
Red eyes, sharp teeth. Oh man, that's
It was a black face. She says it was black. It just come out at bushes and manifested or something or whatever. They ran away, like, you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
Um,
It
but
could have been a manifestation if a manifestation something that was summoned could have been maybe like a the red eyes and the sharp teeth.
she
What
says
do you
it
think,
was like
Mo?
a shark. Only way I can probably describe it as she tried to. She says like a shark's teeth, you know, like a great white's teeth, like pointy in it, you know, sharp and that kind of thing, but closer together, not as wide and that, more like crocodile's teeth, but sharper. Or something, I suppose that's how she trying to explain it to me. But she says it had
Yeah, I mean,
red eyes. It like just come up out it bush.
and
Uh,
how tall was it?
they only seen head. It was just like head as if it like poked itself out through bush, if you know what I mean. It, like rest of its body must have been in back at bush, and it's like poked its head through because it's quite. How can I describe it? Area. It's quite thick with brush and things like that. So you know what I mean. It's not an open big space and that. It's like really dense. It's hard to get into, if you know what I mean. And
Yeah,
it like stuck its head through there at them, and it grinned, you know, like did this big smile, and they're like, "Ah," and start screaming, and they all run off and that. You know what I mean?
yeah, like
So
the kukui, the el kukui. Do people call it kukui or some kind
Kukui.
of
Chamuku.
troll like creature
Is it
where
a fair? Maybe fair or something like that. You know, I don't know. This is, you know, it's baffled me. It's intriguing. I'm going to do some more investigating around
yeah.
that area.
It's that
Obviously, I will be careful.
they only seen the body of it. I mean the face of it.
Yeah, they only see it like, as I can imagine, you know, like uh, You know, The Shining. You've seen that film before, haven't you?
Yes.
And he pops his head through the door and he goes, "It is Johnny." It was like that kind of thing. That's on it. You know, they didn't see its body. It was just it said it like as if it popped out through trees and that, and went, "Here's Johnny." So, but it didn't say "Here's Johnny" like, but that's like on it way I can like maybe because they
But
said it smiled at
then
them and that's how they seen teeth and that on it, as if it
then
like,
it left.
but
It
it
didn't go
smiled. They
at him.
said it smiled were really really big, you know, like like massive. That's why like I said it was like a clown, but not a clown. If you know what I mean, like a freaky clown. But it were it were all black. They said its head were black with red eyes, but they could see its teeth shiny and that when it grinned at them and that. And then it just they just run off and that, and it obviously disappeared. Or I don't know. From there, they didn't say anything after that. So again, another encounter that proves that what we're talking about these spiritual and paranormal things, cryptics, you name it, dogmen, werewolves, skinwalkers, whatever it is, the unknown. You know what I mean?
I mean,
UFO.
they're kids. You know, it could have been something trying to lure them. Uh,
Well, I think I find it strange in that though, Abe. I mean, two young lasses at 14, 15 years old in middle of woods. I mean,
what were
what
they
they're
do?
doing?
Yeah, I mean, were they messing with something, like trying to summon something, or
This is what I'm saying. I don't know. Are they messing about doing things? You know, because it was deep into woods where I was. You know what I mean? I had to trundle through some stuff and that. And I like, what you're doing here? That side, I was like, what you're doing here, all right? And that, just, you know what I mean? Do you need any help at all? First thing that come into my head, we've been ex mill and that. I just says, do you need any help? You know what I mean? They're like, no, we're all right, mister, and that. I goes, what are you doing in here anyway? I goes, you know what I mean? It's a bit spooky in here and that, you know what I mean? There's some strange things happen. They're like, we had a strange encounter. They just come out with it. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird how it all happened, Dave. It was weird, weird. Like you just said that. I mean, are these are they doing some kind of witchcraft or something? You don't know, do you? You know what I mean?
I mean, they could something could have been happening there. There could be something there. You know, something an opening or something. Somebody said it could be a duende. Uh, you know, if somebody did do a ritual there, you know, something it could be a manifestation of something that has the capability to manifest to different things. You know,
Mm,
within the mother nature itself. I mean, but it didn't attack the girls. It just left. So, but they
yeah.
got to see it. But
Well, it's like you were on about how they can jump in and out of trees and things like that, and you know, I think that is possible, isn't it? Because where I was as well, I did some footage. I think you might have got that. Um, But there's some it says you can't receive. I've been trying to send you loads of stuff on that on YouTube, but I think I've been making videos too long. Not on YouTube, sorry, Messenger. But I think I've been making videos a bit too long, so it won't allow it. So if I keep it round like a minute or just under a minute, it works. But I've been doing some that are like 4, 5, 9 minutes long, and that they
yes,
don't seem to work. So what I'll have to do is I'll put them on my YouTube channel and I'll post them that way, and then you'll get them and that.
okay.
I think find it interesting. But like I say, you know, I'm over here in UK, and you know, like you were saying, and I agree with it. You know, these things are happening globally. It's everywhere, isn't it? It's these encounters or whatever. You know, shapeshifters, witchcraft. I think I'm going down on road of witchcraft. What would you say?
I would think it would be something like that. You know, to be able to manifest, especially with smiling. You know, I've seen things that manifest. Uh, Normally, the things of the witchcraft, like witches, warlocks, or the smiley man that we seen had a smile
Yeah.
on his face. So yeah,
It
they
reminds
like
me,
to.
what's that film now? Is it, what's it called? Is it FX or something? It's like a clown, isn't it? It's like a scary movie. I'm sure it's called FX. It's this like demonic clown thing. It reminded me how they were describing it. Reminded me of that, but she says it wasn't. She says it was like a clown's face, but it were black. And so it's like I'm trying to wrap my head around it still, my sentence. So in my head, I'm visualizing some kind of head with a Joker smile or something with sharp teeth, but it's a black head. You know, like she said, it was black, not as in like a black man. It was black, like as you know these things when they're like a smoky black thing in it or something. I don't know. You know that it's hard to describe it really. It's hard to describe it, but it's weird anyway. And I believe them. They were honest, but I just found it strange. You know, two young lasses at that age, in middle of forest. So,
Yeah,
because it was off at trail, because there's trails through woods, but you can go. I mean, it's a lovely place to walk through and that. Um, but like if you know yourself, Abe, and that if you don't stick to trail, and once you start going off at trail and going into woods, then you know you just don't know what you can encounter. You know what I mean? And there is things there, and it's real. It's happening. You know what I mean? Around world, all over, all the time. There's more reports. My friend Paul, who's up in Bridlington, is from this area originally. Because I've moved now back from Bridlington to Doncaster. I'm back in South Yorkshire where I originally come from, but I was living for 16 years on east coast of Yorkshire at Bridlington. Spent a lot of time. I got to know people. I used to go out catching lobsters on boats and that, you know, out at sea. I've done all sorts of stuff. Kite surfing. I'm well into that. I do a lot of surfing and things like that. Well, I did do. But at the moment, I've not got time and I'm not there anymore. But I'm enjoying myself here, and I've found some new places. I've spent a lot of time fishing, and I've spent a lot of time investigating into area and that learning area, see what I can find. I've been finding paw prints of big cats. Um, you know, I've not found any dog prints like dog men prints, but definitely big cats because you can tell the difference between a cat's paw print and a dog's paw print. But
yes,
I'm finding them quite regular now. There's some because it's a big lake where I walk down. There's a big lake. That's where I've been fishing, and it's massive. It's a massive forest. Honestly, it's huge. You get lost in it if you didn't know where you were going and things like that. It goes for miles. I don't know how many acres it is, but it's huge. There's probably maybe a 1,000 acre forest or something at least. Yeah, I mean, it's massive. It's massive, but it's good. I enjoy it, and I take dogs out every day and that. In fact, I've got our chief on bed here with me now. I've got two American bulls. I've got Franco and our chief's on my bed. I'm in my camper van. We're camping out, aren't we, mate? He's asleep. The lazy git. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to now, right? To the pictures I sent you, that weird construction, Abe. I've
I'll
been
check them
back
out,
there
brother.
as well. I've been back there as well, right? And I don't know if you've received it, but I think I might have sent you the video where I was using my multimeter and I was getting readings, EMF readings around it and that. And
Yeah, I'll be with brother.
I got our chief with me who's here with me now, and it's not like him to do what he did, and he like cowered down sort of thing. And I said, "You watch my back while I do this," and I'm jabbering away and filming it. And I was testing, and I was getting some quite high readings and that. Not at first, but then it spiked up after he'd cowered down. So I thought, right, I just got that, when you get that feeling, I goes, right, I'm going to pack up now. That's it, I'm going and that. Because I could hear this strange noise, a bit of crashing and bashing and that. And I looked round anyway, and behind me, I'd say, about 100 foot into behind, as I've done like turn round a 180. So I'm looking, say I'm looking north, I'm looking south now. And I've seen this. It was massive. Its head was massive, mate. I'm telling you, I know what I saw. It was black as black. You could see ears, no glowing eyes. I don't like that. It was just black, right? And it was behind this tree, right? So I packed up quick and that. I basically packed myself. You know what I mean? I was a bit scared. I'll be honest with you, and that. So I grabbed the dog and that, and I skedaddled. I didn't run off. I just did a quick march and that, and I did it a couple of days and I went back down again. But I took both dogs with me. So I thought two's better than one, innit? So I've got two American bulls that weigh 10 stone or more each. One weighs 10 and the other weighs 11 stone. And they're good dogs. And I goes back down and I retraced my tracks. And I've done a video or something. Anyway, I don't know if I've sent it or what. I've been doing that much. I've got tons of stuff to post and things like that. But where I saw what I saw, because I've got a photographic memory and that, it wasn't there. So I definitely saw what I saw. But it was when I was messing about with multimeter. And at first, when I was getting I only getting little spikes and that on it. And then that must have appeared or something, and that's probably when it started. I'm picking this energy or EMFs or whatever. You know what I mean? They're all I sense it. I'm like you. You know what I mean? I'm quite. My grandparents are spiritualists and things like that. I believe. In it. You know what I mean? We've got to have faith and belief in it. At that day. So I think it makes us hypersensitive, and this is why we detect these things. This is probably why we come under attack. Possibly over it, like you say, you're fighting a spiritual battle all the time. You know what I mean? It's just how I feel. You know what I mean? Every day it's like, oh, what's going to happen next? You know what I mean? It's like, but yeah, I went back down anyway, and I walked into where I'd seen it. I've done a video on it and that, but it was, what I saw that day when I was messing about with multimeter. When I've gone down 2 days later, it wasn't there. And I walked all the way in, but I found it was weird. There's like a big pit, a dig out. It's perfectly round as well. You know what I mean? And I thought, oh, that's weird. I've got it on video anyway, but you can't really make out. But there's this tree, and I'm talking about this tree, and I'm not kidding. Trees, it's probably as wide as mine and your body, mate. You know what I mean? And it's just bent over, but you can tell how it's been bent over because how can I describe it? When if they're snapped off clean and that, they're snapped off clean out there, or if they've been cut, this is where it's been pushed over and it splits or wouldn't it? It all like splays and that, where it bends, if you know what I mean. And this thing must be, I don't know, it must be, it's 2 foot in radius or something like that, easy. It's a big tree. It looks like an oak tree as well. And it was fairly, and this is all around where I saw this, what I think was, and I believe a dogman or skinwalker. A skinwalker. I think it's a skinwalker. That's what I think it is. I'm convinced. I think they're doing witchcraft down there, and it's a skinwalker, and it's shape shifting. It could be a big cat, a werewolf, or whatever, dogman, whatever you want to call them.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? This is what the more I look into it, the more it's like you end up. you don't get answers. It's like more questions, isn't it? It's like you might get one answer for some, but then
Yeah,
it
because
unfolds like another dozen questions. It's like, well, what is it? What the hell is it? You know what I mean? What's going off, sort of thing. I'm very, very suspicious and curious about things. I'm a bit, I like to know Abe and that. You know what I mean? I like to try and understand what I'm living around, my environment. You know, things. Whether it's so, I mean, it don't have to be anything to do with cryptic. Oh, I don't like that, but just in general as well. Do you know what I mean? I just like to be aware, and it's just me that I suppose it's a lot of military training that I've been through, which I know you'll probably understand yourself. In it, it changes. You done it. You know what I mean? You're always on a net. Well, I'm always. I'm on a razor's edge all the time. If you know what I mean. I just know something could happen at any time, and it's better to be prepared, isn't it? You know what I mean, rather than being laxy daisy and then caught out, because that can cost you your life, and that, you know what I mean. But that's just my take on it, and that. But yeah, what do you think? And that then to that construction that I've been investigating, so I find it rather weird that because it's like the main part of it is all burnt and charred. And then they've like built round it. There's them big claw marks in, and then they've like deliberately put a roof line across top of it. You know what I mean? And dogs don't like it. As soon as I get anywhere near that, they go absolutely off their head. They will not stop barking. You know what I mean? It's like they don't want to be there. So that tells you something. Because the sense things, that's why I like to take my
yeah,
dogs when they behave and that. You know what I mean? Because that's another sense for me because they can pick things up a lot quicker than we can. You know what I mean? I just feel safer with my
uh,
dogs because I do go out trundling about on my own and that. And my wife, she gets really, really worried and she's like, "Look, I can't believe you're doing this and things." And it's like, "Look, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I know what I'm doing. I'll be all right." You know what I mean? But I don't carry any gun. I've no guns on me. I don't like that. You know what I mean? We're not allowed guns in UK and things like that. Only thing I have on me is my Bowie knife and sometimes my machete and my dogs. Or if I haven't got dogs, it's Bowie knife and machete because I use machete to sometimes zack my way through places where what I like to do is I like to go where nobody's been, where it's not been tampered with, and to see what I can find. I usually track deer. That's what I've been doing a lot of lately, tracking deer and things like that. Because wherever deer are, there'll be predators if they're knocking about, following them, and this is how I'm finding these paw prints by tracking deer. And if you know what you're looking for, then it comes more obvious, if you know what I mean. So I'm just going to keep up with what I'm doing anyway, and just keep investigating. The more evidence, the more better, and the more I can share with everybody. And you know, I always say eyes open and be safe in it, because truth's out there, and that's it. If you haven't got your eyes open, you're not going to see it, and you've got to believe it. You know what I mean? But
yep,
yeah, I think me personally, I don't know what I think you are on the same page as me with Abe and that, but I think that construction's definitely some form of going down there and doing witchcraft or something like that. Because I've seen there's more. I can see there's been. I keep going down because this is what I do. I check to see what activity's been, if it's changed in any way. You know what I mean? So you know if somebody's been there or something like that. I like look for litter if there's any litter or
yeah,
just a disturbance in anything like that. And there's activities, so they're going down there, and it's just popped in my head now as well. This is how it led me to this um place and that. When I think about it now, them two lasses that I seen yesterday, there were three lasses that come running out of that wood where that construction was when I was fishing this other week. couple of weeks back. And they come running out, and I were out fishing and that, and for some reason I'd left all my rods on bank and that. I wound them in and that, and I thought I'll have a nip round here and I walk round here, and I'm trying to think which. I think it was our chief I had with me again, because he's more quiet, he's sound, he just gets chilled out and that, whereas Franco's a pet. And these three lasses come running out of that woods and that, but I could hear there were some other people fishing and all that, so I don't know if it had what to do with them or what, I don't know. But three young lasses, and when I think about it, two of them look like them that I seen yesterday. One distinctly, she's got really straight, ginger, long hair and that. And other one had like brunette, long hair. They both had long hair, but really straight, but one was ginger and one was brunette. And they look very similar to the three that I saw coming out from that construction. Now these young lasses practicing witchcraft or something like that, I don't know. Another extracted, isn't it? There's my mind running away with itself, you know what I mean? It's, I just find it strange, you know, two young lasses in the middle of the forest and that. I just find it weird, Dave, you know what I mean? Because, like, if it were my kids, I'd be a bit worried. I'd be like, you're not going in them woods and that on your own and things like that, you know what I mean, as a parent and that. I mean, I've got two twin daughters at 11-year-old. I won't let them go anywhere near the wood on their own. They wouldn't anyway, you know what I mean? They've experienced witchcraft and that up at Danes Dyke and things like that. When I was doing some videoing with Paul Sinclair for Wolflands 2, and that is next DVD that'll be coming out. I don't know if I know Josh knows him and that, but he's a good friend of mine. He's called Paul Sinclair, and he's got a good channel. It's called Truth Proof, and he spends a lot of time up on cliff tops of Bempton and around Flamborough and Danes Dyke, whereas I spent more time around Danes Dyke and along that top up to Flamborough, where there's a lighthouse. It's like a peninsula that comes out. You're talking like 400-foot cliffs above sea level and things like that on North Sea. It's roughly about 220 miles to Amsterdam from where I was living and that, if you went straight out on a boat and that. But it's a naughty sea and that. It gets a bit rough, I'll tell you that. Especially when we get bees from east and that, and I've surfed them and that, and it's wild, mate. Like talking 15-foot waves and things like that, or more. Unreal. It's unreal, honestly. Bloody cold, though. It's bloody cold. It's not like over here in America and that. I'm not. I mean, my mum's side of the family, they were Spanish. My mum was Spanish. My dad's British and that. So I'm a bit of a mishmash. But I must have more Mediterranean in me, because I do not like cold weather. I like to be warm. You know what I mean? I don't like getting cold. I feel like I've probably picked a bit of a bug up or something, because I don't feel 100% actually, and that's probably because I was out camping out, wild camping and night fishing overnight. So it would what did it get down to? About 2 degrees C. So I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but it was nearly 0 to freezing. It was mist. It looked like some American Werewolf in London where I was. So you know, with mist all sat over everything and that. And I've got a couple of mates with me and that, and they're like, I don't know, Skinwalker, don't come and get us. I'm like, shut up, you slack gates and that. There's no going to get us and that. He's all right. He's going, where's machete? I went, it's there. And that. There's nothing about it. All right. I just keep watching rods and that. Concentrate on that. It's like, oh, it must have been about 5 o'clock in the morning, or 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning or something, because we just been witch hour at us going, oh, it's 3 o'clock. It's witch hour. I went, shut up. I said, don't be thinking negative things, because negative things will be coming and that. It's good, yeah, but what if a skinwalker gets us? I went, it won't get us. Concentrate on what you're doing. That's how I think behave. I think that's how I probably get through it, and that by keeping positive. You know, before before I go anywhere, right, I've got my rosemary beads here. I'm not a Roman Catholic, I'm a Christian and that. My mum bought me these rosemary beads, right? I've got them now in my hand, right? And I always hold the cross with Jesus on, right? And I always say a prayer to Heavenly Father, Lord Jesus Christ, right? Put every cross on me and that, to protect me and guide me. And I always do that before anywhere, even if I go out in car or anything, I always do that prayer, you know, or a prayer to, you know, because I want, you know, Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ on my shoulders and that to protect me. You know what I mean? Even though I've got my dogs with me and that, but you know, you need a bit more heavenly power in it. You know what I mean? Well, you understand and that, but that's my belief anyway. That's what I believe in, and it's worked up to press. I'm still alive. I've been through combat myself. I was in Royal Logistics. I've been in SAS. That was worst training I've ever had to endure, and in SAS, mate. I got halfway through it and I thought, what the hell have I let myself into? You know, I tried everything to try and fail it so I could get out, but everything I did, I passed. Because I got, what it was, I got this letter and that, and I was a corporal at the time and that, and they bribed me, mate. That's what they did, they bribed me. And they said, you'll get another chevron, so that made me sergeant, because I ranked up to sergeant. And I'd been in Afghanistan in 2008, 2007, sorry, but I was in with logistics. Then 2008, I was out. There were 20 on us and that, and out at 20, only 4 medic. But what they do is in SAS, they only put you in a team of 4. So I was driver because I was from logistics. We've got a signals, a medic, and then infantry with us, and they built us up into a 4-man platoon and that little platoon and that. It's called Minden Platoon. Do a bit of research about what Minden Platoon was. It's a famous battle that happened between, I think, Germany and France and that in 18 something or whatever. It was Battle of Minden. So I would, because they gave a platoon name and that, so I was in Minden Platoon on 15th Brigade SAS, and that was in 2008. And we were running into Kabul and that from Camp Bazzi and that. You know what I'm on about? Camp Bazzi and that. We were running in and out of there to Kabul. And what we had to, I don't know if it's safe to, no. I better not say what it was, but we were running in and out to Kabul. And we went in and backed up on an operation, and I don't say because it's, I don't want to get me sending shit and that, and I don't want to get you in shit as well. You know, it's like with AI and moderating whatever it is and that, sensing or whatever and that. We start talking about stuff that's declassified and that, it gets you into trouble, innit? But yeah, I was in 2008. I did that tour and that. I was out there for about 6 months and that. And you know how you were about Abe and that when you were out in tanks and that. See, what I was out in when I went it was a Land Rover. We got 50 cal on it, and were foreigners in Land Rover and that, Discovery. And we had to go into Kabul, and I ended up working with some Americans as well on that, because I had a video, but I can't find it anywhere. What I posted on YouTube, but I think I took it down and that, and it was ages ago. And there were some Americans and that, and they were sniping on roofs and that, because we got ambushed as we were coming in, and this idiot Afghan dude and that comes out in the middle of the street with RPG on his shoulder, kneels down to fire it at us. And all I can remember is, I can see it now in my head, right? I just seen Red Tracer go, choo-choo, come down off the building, ricochet, hit him in the head, and he dropped back and blew up. So if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here still now. So I thank them with my life for that. Because they were sniping out rules. Because it's like, I mean, you went to Iraq, didn't you? They told me, this says you'll get an holiday and it'll either be in with an A or an I. Well, I got an A, didn't I? I ended up going to Afghanistan. Like, I did 6 months in 2007, and I did 6 months in 2008 in Afghanistan, and that. I've seen a lot, well, in sending that, you'll see carnage and that, innit? And it's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. I can't understand why people do it to each other and that, to be honest with you. Poor children and that. Because in 2007, I spent most of my time taking rations in, coffins in, empty coffins with bodies in, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Royal Logistics, innit, mate? We used to be nicknamed Bullet Magnets. That's what it was nicknamed, Bullet Magnets. Primary target, innit? Logistics. Take that out, and then it stops it getting in, innit? And supplying infantry or whatever. But yeah, and it's like you in tanks and things like that, you know what I mean? You're there on front line and that, you're on middle of flak and everything, you know what I mean? It's sometimes it's a scary situation, innit? But you've just got to keep it together and that, mate, you know what I mean? That's why I did well. I'm still alive, you know what I mean? I do miss it, and I'd do it all again, but I'm just a bit too old for it now, you know what I mean? I mean, what, you're 55, aren't you? I'm 49 in January. I'm just going into my 40, nearly 50s and that now. I'm 48. I'll be 49 in January. And I still keep up. I go out every day for a walk. Sometimes I'll do 10 mile a day. 5 mile out, 5 mile back in. With both the dogs and that, pulling my arms out. Some days don't go as far as that. I just like to keep active and fit, you know what I mean? Just fighting it off. Because my wife, she's really poorly at the moment and that. I'm getting a bit I'm getting worried. She's not very well. She's 51, my wife. She's a bit older than me, so that makes me a toy boy. But yeah, there's a lot of things going around, bugs and that, around world and that. I've been keeping up on, so I listen to all sorts of stuff on YouTube, but I don't watch telly. Anything on telly is a load of rubbish. I just YouTube and things like that and do my own thing. But this, media and that, it's all propaganda, mate. It's just crap, innit? You know what I mean? It's just crap. Telling you this, telling you that. There were protesting in London, yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. It was either Saturday or Sunday. Massive protests in London and that. I think there were at least 300,000 people turned up to protest and that. It's all, I mean, it's happening in America, innit? We're all in the same boat, mate. You know what I mean? They're letting all these migrants in and that. And the dangerous people, you know what I mean? Some are legitimate, don't get me wrong, but some are not. And majority are not. And they're putting them up and putting people, like on the street and that have lived and been born and bred in UK and that, and just don't give a toss about them. But yeah, these are coming in, lifeguard, you know, we've got Coast Guards, taxi service, fetching them in from France, put them in a 5-star hotel, Domino's pizza, mobile phone, couple £100, off you go. And this is what's happening, because one of my mates and that, he went to march and protest in London. He's called Neil. And him and his brother's living in a 3-bedroom house, and council's evicting him because they want house to put migrants in. So they put him on the street to put migrants in his house. So that's why he went on protest. I mean, it's disgusting, mate, isn't it? You know what I mean? And he was ex-mill as well, you know what I mean? It's like they seem to be doing it to veterans, mate, you know what I mean? I'm at the moment, I'm living with my dad, looking after him. That's why I moved over from Bridlington to Doncaster. So I'm getting a load of crap over there and that. I've just got fed up with it. I mean, I love the place, but I'm just fed up with system how it is and that, you know, council and neighbours were living around. So if he does, he says, "Oh, I need you over here," and I ain't got long left, you know what I mean? He's in his late 70s now, he's coming up 80 years old and that. He's not very well. So I'm living over here and stopping with my dad, and I'm just going out round about and camping out and that. So I've got a camper van, so I just camp out in that now and again. And well, at the moment, I'm living in it. Better than being stuck in house and that. It's driving me mad. The head's all over the place. And but I've found an house anyway and that. So I'm just on with. I was at it yesterday and that. Hopefully, they'll probably get back to me today, and I can have a viewing. So happy days, because I've got 2 40-foot steel containers full of furniture. Because I used to live in a 5-bedroom house at one bit, and I had 2 holiday homes that I used to rent out. That were my business and things. That's when I came out of army. 19th of October 2009. That's when I got me discharged from army, and that took me 3 months to apply for that. So I lost my mum. My mum died, and that. So I was a bit broken, you know what I mean. And I turned around to Sergeant Major Kearns and I says to him, I says, "Hey, look," I says, "my mum's not well and that. She's had a stroke." I says, I don't feel like I can carry on and that. Can I put a discharge in and that?" So he saw it out, because wherever he went, he was a warrant officer. With my best mate and that, Sergeant Major Kearns. Wherever he went, I went. And I'll have to send you a picture of my regiment and that. I've got a
Your brother.
couple of pictures and things and that. I'll send them you on Messenger and that. And you can see my regiment that we're in and that, squadron and that.
Just fun, brother. I'm thinking about calling it a night, brother. I've been on for 4 hours.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I'd call
thank
it.
you for jumping
No,
on and sharing your experiences of what you witnessed. And I'll look at the videos and whatever you send me.
yeah, I'll keep
Um,
sending you stuff, Abe, and that, brother, and everybody else and that. All I want to say is, before you go, and that is, eyes open, be safe, because Jules out there, and just look after yourselves, innit? You know, and that's the only thing we can do, innit, Abe? You know what I mean? But no, I
yeah,
appreciate it, and it's an honour again to come on and to be
no
able to
problem, brother.
discuss and chat. And please look after yourself, mate.
Oh, I will, brother.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right. You're welcome, my friend. And
Good night.
on that number, good night and God bless you all.
God bless you.
And
Love, light, and blessings to you
but
and your
obviously
loved ones.
it's morning over here in UK. So if anybody's in UK, good morning and God bless. Like saying good night, God bless you in US. We've got
Amen.
to stick together in it. That's what it is. We're all the same. It's just we live in different parts at will. We're all on the same planet at the end of the day, innit? So,
Yes.
but God's with us, and so is Jesus. That's what I believe, anyway. That's what I believe. So anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go now, mate, and I'm gonna leave it to
All right,
you.
brother.
So thank you again,
Y-
and I appreciate you
Yes, sir.
allowing me to come on. It's been an honour
No,
and a privilege.
no problem,
So take
brother.
care, bro.
I just want to say thank you, to everybody that is here right now live. Brother Joel, the puppet, and shares experiences. Cousin Jesse, all the moderators that were here tonight, and for those who support spiritual encrypted encounters, I want to say thank you. We talked about the sorters and collectors, and of course, we always get off topic sometimes of what we're speaking, of. But the only thing we can do, like, is just remember the things that you go through in life, uh, where you gain your wisdom and knowledge, of when you experience something, when you overcome something. Make sure you don't forget what you go through, and always remember what you did to overcome it, whether it's physical or spiritual. You always, when it's spiritual, I'm telling you right now that everything through Jesus Christ is the way. That's the key. You know, and the spiritual battle is not doesn't take a break. The spiritual battle is 24 hours a day. So you have to maintain your love foundation and be ready at all times, whether it's something spiritual or physical. But in saying that, I would like to say good night, good morning, God bless everybody that tuned here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Uh, I might do a live tomorrow during the afternoon or in the evening time early through YouTube, just be by myself, and then maybe later on I'll do one with cousin Jesse. I don't know. Depends how I feel tomorrow. But in saying that, brothers and sisters, thank you. God bless y'all, and y'all have a beautiful, blessed morning and day.